Chapter 1. Thick, ink-colored clouds pressed against the sky, covering the golden light that had filled the eyes just now. It was so heavy that it seemed as if it was about to fall. It was so oppressive that it seemed as if the whole world was silent. The indifferent wind blew fiercely, leaving the birds and insects behind. The weak flowers and grass were already trembling on the ground. It was the calm before the storm. In the dense forest of ancient trees, a figure was moving through the forest. His target was the black-scaled lion running in front of him. The black-scaled lion's speed was not slow, but the figure was even faster. When he was about 60 to 70 feet away from the black-scaled lion, the figure raised his right arm and waved it forward. With a whistling sound, a black iron spear about half a foot long caught up with the black-scaled lion. It pierced through the lion's back and came out from its stomach, nailing it to the ground. New fastest X up $_. The black-scaled lion roared and struggled, but it couldn't pull out the black iron spear that had pierced through its body. Its breath was getting weaker and weaker. At this time, the figure also arrived in front of the black-scaled lion. It was a boy in rough clothes. The boy had a pair of clear and bright eyes. His black hair was draped behind his head, and there was a trace of childishness on his face. Looking at the dead black-scaled lion, the boy grabbed the black iron spear with both hands and swung it. He carried the black-scaled lion on his back and turned around to leave. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked. The black-scaled lion was a large beast that weighed a few hundred pounds. Normal adult hunters wouldn't dare to provoke it unless they were in a team. But now it was easily killed by the boy. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Fortunately, the boy had already arrived under an ancient tree. It's not a good day. Fortunately, I got something. The boy looked at the black-scaled lion's paw on his shoulder and murmured in a low voice. After the rain stopped, the boy carried the black-scaled lion's carcass and hurried in a direction. 2 hours later, a small village appeared in the boy's sight. Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow brother is back. The children playing at the entrance of the village saw the boy and shouted loudly, "Call Uncle Nyo to share the black-scaled lion's meat." The boy, who was Night Sorrow, put down the black-scaled lion's carcass. He pulled out a short knife from his waist and cut off one of the lion's legs before leaving. Seeing Night Sorrow leave, the children's eyes were filled with admiration. In the village, men under the age of 15 were not allowed to go hunting. Even if they were 15 years old, they still had to go out with the village's hunting team. However, Yishang was only 14 years old, and he had already had more than a year of hunting experience. Every time he returned with a full harvest. This was an ordinary village, Bamboo Garden Village. There were 40 to 50 families in the village, and they all hunted for a living. When they saw Yishang, the aunts and uncles in the village all warmly greeted him. After greeting everyone along the way, Yishang arrived at the westernmost part of the village. This was his home, but there were only 2 people here. One was Yishang, and the other was Father Gu, who was knocking on a wheelbarrow under the eaves. "Dad, I'm back." After greeting his father, Night Sorrow went to make a fire to deal with the black-scaled lion's hind legs. Because there were only 2 people in the family, Night Sorrow only cut off one of the black-scaled lion's legs and gave the rest to the villagers. They were father and son, but they didn't have the same surname. Night Sorrow was an orphan who was picked up by Dad Gu. Dad Gu was the village chief of Bamboo Garden Village. "Dad, you haven't finished talking about last time. Who won the competition between the Holy Light Temple's guardian and the Southern Dipper Sex woman?" After lighting the fire and roasting the black-scaled lion's hind leg, Yishan looked at Dad Gu and asked with a face full of curiosity. "It was a draw. Let's not talk about this. Wipe your face first." Dad Gu came to the fire and handed Night Sorrow a towel. After walking through the forest after the rain, Night Sorrow's hair and face were still stained with rainwater. It was a little cold in the evening after the rain. The wind blew a bunch of bamboos in the courtyard, swaying left and right. The swaying fire reflected the red faces of Dad Gu and Night Sorrow. Dad Gu warmed himself by the fire, while sizing up Night Sorrow. "You're interested in this?" Night Sorrow nodded and continued to roast the lion's leg on the fire. Both of them were silent. Dad Gu knew what Night Sorrow was thinking. Night Sorrow wanted to go out and become a martial artist. Night Sorrow also knew what Dadgu was thinking. He didn't want him to go out because the outside world was very dangerous. Sai, how much do you know about the outside world? Dadgu sighed. The 9 regions and 18 prefectures were vast and boundless. From one region to another, there were easily millions of miles. No one knew how vast it really was. A person couldn't walk out of a region even if he walked for a lifetime. There was no end to the mountains and lakes. There were dangers everywhere in the vast mountains and lakes. Wild beasts and demonic beasts ran amok. There were even ancient mutated beasts. They were the overlords of the mountains and forests. Even cultivators with profound cultivation didn't dare to provoke them. Jiyuan village was located in a remote area in the north of the East Black Continent. It was thousands of miles away from the nearest town, and 10,000 miles away from the nearest cultivation sect, the Medicine Valley. Even so, we still have to change our lives and change our current situation. Didn't they say that if we could join a cultivation sect, we would be blessed? If we were blessed, we could have avoided the tragedy from before, Night Sorrow said with a sigh. Some time ago, Jiyuan village was attacked by a demonic beast and suffered heavy losses. The village lost 3 good hunters. In the end, Dadgu and the other hunters in the village worked together to chase the demonic beast away. Dadgu didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Looking at Dadgu, who was deep in thought, Night Sorrow didn't continue. He knew Dadgu's character. If he agreed, then he agreed. If he didn't, then there was no point in continuing. After eating, Yishang returned to the west room of the 3 bamboo houses. That was his room. This was a special feature of Bamboo Garden Village. The village was filled with bamboo houses, which was very rare in the vast and desolate mountains and swamps. In the remote mountains and lakes, the rain came and went quickly. Looking at the stars outside through the gaps in the bamboo wall, Night Sorrow's mind was still filled with Dadgu's description of the battle between experts. Unable to sleep, Night Sorrow sat up, put on his coat, and walked to the back of the bamboo house. There were 2 lonely graves behind the bamboo house. Looking at the graves, Night Sorrow touched his ribs. There was a hideous scar there. According to Dadgu, when Dadgu went hunting and found him, the 2 people in the graves were already dead. There was a steel saber under his ribs. He was lucky to survive because the steel saber was slightly off. On the tombstone of the graves, Martyrs of the Yi clan was written. Dadgu found out their surnames from the tokens on their bodies. Night Sorrow also had a jade token with the word Yi engraved on it on his neck. Touching the tombstone, Night Sorrow bit his lips. He knew that he could survive because of Dadgu's adoption. However, it had a lot to do with the people in the graves. When Dadgu found him, a man in the grave was lying on top of him. The steel saber pierced through the man and into his ribs. This was also the origin of Night Sorrow's name. Seems like it's hard to get rid of the thoughts in your heart. Originally, I planned to let you live a peaceful life in Jiyuan village like an ordinary person. You can get married, have children, grow old, get sick, and die like an ordinary person. However, you're not the descendant of an ordinary family. This old man won't persist. Dadgu patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and sighed. Chapter 2. Dad. Night Sorrow had always yearned to see the outside world. However, when his father agreed, he didn't know what to say. All right, since you want to go out, I'll tell you about the outside world in detail. Mr. Gu turned around and walked back into the bamboo house. Night Sorrow knew that Mr. Gu had also gone out to explore when he was young. Later on, he had returned to Bamboo Garden Village because of an injury. Night Sorrow gained a better understanding of the outside world as he listened to Mr. Gu's explanation. Bamboo Garden Village was located in the area under the influence of the cultivation sect Medicine Valley. Some of the densely populated towns were managed by the disciples of the Medicine Valley. The entrance of the Medicine Valley was on Pill Cauldron Mountain, so it controlled an area of 100,000 miles. The father and son only rested when the sun was about to rise. However, not long after Mr. Gu rested, Night Sorrow woke up. He wanted to store more food for Mr. Gu before he left. Bamboo Garden Village was a village dominated by hunters, so the main source of food was prey. In the afternoon, Night Sorrow returned to the village with his black iron spear, which was full of prey. This time, Night Sorrow didn't distribute the prey. Instead, he went straight home, which puzzled the villagers. Night Sorrow had been hunting for more than a year. Every time, he would leave enough for the father and son to eat and distribute the rest to others. Night Sorrow's behavior puzzled the villagers. A few of them followed Night Sorrow to Mr. Gu's bamboo house. They weren't greedy for Night Sorrow's prey, but they were worried that something would happen to Night Sorrow. The villagers in Bamboo Garden Village were as harmonious as family. "Kid, why did you bring back so much prey?" Mr. Gu glared at Night Sorrow when he saw the villagers following him. DQ only I1 is a proper K version of A. QRHE_ is a B pirate hashtag version of A. Dad, you misunderstood. We came here to see if there was any problem. Night Sorrow, are you injured? Auntie Lin, who usually treated Night Sorrow very well, sized up Night Sorrow. No. Night Sorrow's face was a little red. He felt a little guilty that he didn't share the loot with everyone. It's like this. I plan to send Night Sorrow out to train. He's thinking for me. Brat, if you're not around, do you think I'll starve to death? Old Man Gu glared at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, are you going out? Auntie Lin and Uncle Nyo looked at Night Sorrow, their eyes filled with reluctance. Yes, I plan to go out and take a look. Night Sorrow's voice was a little soft. He knew that Mr. Gu wasn't the only one in Bamboo Garden Village who cared about him. Uncle Nyo patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said, "That's good too. You are the most outstanding child in our village. You should go out for a walk. I'm not done with the jacket I made for you. It'll be done by tomorrow." Auntie Lin's eyes were filled with reluctance. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow sent Auntie Lin off. Then he prepared the loot and hung it under the eaves to dry. After doing this, Night Sorrow started practicing martial arts beside the bamboo hut. This was his habit. Papa Gu was someone who had once roamed the outside world. Because he had offended a very powerful enemy, both sides had suffered great losses. He had risked his life to kill his opponent, but his own Dantian had been damaged, and he had lost his cultivation. Although he had lost his cultivation, he still had a strong physique. The fist technique that Night Sorrow cultivated had been taught to him by Papa Gu. It was because he had cultivated the fist technique that Father Gu had taught him that Yishang had such great strength. For the next few days, Night Sorrow went out early every day to hunt. He hung the front and back of the bamboo hut under the eaves. Old Man Gu knew that Night Sorrow was doing this for his own good, so he didn't say anything. Everyone in the village knew that Night Sorrow was leaving, so they sent him a lot of things. Auntie Lin sent Night Sorrow clothes, while Uncle Nyo sent 2 leather bags of wine and a tamed leopard. Everyone in the village knew that Night Sorrow was a good drinker despite his young age. The tamed leopard was a mount that Uncle Nyo had tamed. It was also the only mount in the village. Night Sorrow didn't want to accept it at first, but when he saw that Uncle Nyo was unhappy and was about to scold him, he accepted it. After the preparations were done, Night Sorrow planned to set off. Night Sorrow didn't prepare much. He only prepared some jerky and 2 leather bags of wine from Uncle Nyo. When you are outside, you must be very careful. If things don't go your way, come back. After helping Night Sorrow tie the things on the tamed leopard, Old Man Gu took out a small leather bag. There is some silver here. Take it in case you need it. Dad, I don't need it. If I am hungry, there is jerky. I can hunt. If I am thirsty, there is spring water. Night Sorrow stuffed the small leather bag back into Old Man Gu's hands. Take it if I ask you to. Old Man Gu glared at Night Sorrow. His beard trembled as he shouted at him. Night Sorrow nodded and tucked the money bag at his waist. He knew that Old Man Gu's beard would only tremble when he was especially agitated. Let's go. Let's go. Old Man Gu waved his hand and turned to enter the bamboo hut. Night Sorrow stood in the courtyard and looked at the bamboo hut for a moment before leaving. He knew that Old Man Gu wasn't willing to face the scene of them parting. Night Sorrow patted the tamed leopard and left the bamboo hut. He was about to leave the place where he had lived for more than 10 years. After walking for a few hundred meters, Night Sorrow turned to look at the bamboo hut. Under the still blurry morning light, Night Sorrow saw a figure under the old bamboos in front of the bamboo hut. Night Sorrow clenched his teeth and continued walking. He knew that the figure was Old Man Gu, the man who had taken care of him for more than 10 years. After leaving the village, Night Sorrow got on the back of the tamed leopard and began to move forward. There weren't many roads in the barren mountains and great swamps. They had to find the right direction and move forward. The nearest town to Bamboo Garden Village was Gunnan Town. Night Sorrow had gone there with the village hunters half a year ago. That time, they had traveled slowly with the goods and had taken 6 to 7 days. The villagers of Bamboo Garden Village would only go to Gunnan Town when they had to trade for their daily necessities. Not to mention the long journey, there were wild beasts and demonic beasts running amok on the road. There were also vicious bandits. Bandits who had a bottom line would only rob the goods. If they met bandits who didn't have a bottom line, they would kill and rob without leaving anyone alive. After walking for dozens of miles, the sun had risen. There was no time to enjoy the scenery in the mountains and forests. Night Sorrow patted the tamed leopard's neck and urged it to hurry up. Fortunately, Night Sorrow was familiar with this tamed leopard, so it could understand Night Sorrow's intention. When it was dark, Night Sorrow had already traveled 300 miles. At this speed, it would take him 3 days to reach Gunnan Town. Night Sorrow didn't dare to hurry up at night. The night in the deep mountains and great swamps was the world of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. If he wasn't careful, he would be in trouble. At this time, there were 2 fat rabbits hanging from the black iron spear on Night Sorrow's shoulder. They were caught on the way. If it wasn't necessary, Night Sorrow didn't want to eat jerky. First of all, jerky didn't taste as good as fresh game. Second of all, it was still a long journey to Medicine Valley. Who knew what would happen on the way? Before it was dark, Night Sorrow found a place to rest. Under an ancient pear tree, Night Sorrow unloaded the bag from the tamed leopard. After feeding the rabbit to the tamed leopard, he started a fire and roasted the rabbit himself. The tamed leopard had finished eating the rabbit before Night Sorrow, so it lay down and rested. Night Sorrow leaned against the tree and ate the rabbit while thinking. He was worried that Father Goo wouldn't be used to his absence. A gust of wind blew. Night Sorrow shivered. He felt something was wrong. There was a special smell in the wind. It was a bit fishy. At this moment, the tamed leopard's body began to tremble. Danger. As an experienced hunter, Night Sorrow felt something was wrong. He stood up and looked around. Chapter 3. Night Sorrow's body flashed as he climbed up the tree. At the same time, he roared at the leopard. Unfortunately, the leopard was too weak to even stand up. This made Night Sorrow extremely shocked. What appeared before him was an incredible demonic beast. Otherwise, the leopard would not have ended up like this. This was a suppression. It was not a suppression in terms of race talent, but a suppression in terms of cultivation base. While Night Sorrow was still in shock, the demonic beast appeared and arrived under the tree. Under the light of the fire, Night Sorrow was able to see what kind of demonic beast it was. It was a black jiao with a body as thick as a water bucket. As for how long it was, Night Sorrow was unable to tell. The black jiao's tail was still covered by the darkness of the night. While Night Sorrow was sizing up the black jiao moved. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the leopard that did not dare to move. As its mouth moved, cracking sounds could be heard. The leopard's bones were crushed and it was swallowed into the black jiao's stomach. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After regaining his senses, Night Sorrow quickly climbed up the tree. This black jiao was too scary. He was far from being its match. If he did not climb higher, he would easily end up like the leopard. Just as Night Sorrow was climbing up the ancient tree, the black jiao's body moved to the bottom of the tree. It jumped up and bit down on Night Sorrow. Sensing the danger, Night Sorrow grabbed a branch and quickly swung his body upwards. Just as Night Sorrow's body left the original spot, the black jiao bit down on the branch that Night Sorrow had just grabbed. Hearing the cracking sounds behind him, Night Sorrow used his hands and feet to climb up the tree. After climbing for more than 10 zhang, there was no sound below him. Only then did he turn around. Not far below him, the black jiao's body was leaning against the ancient tree. Its 2 green eyes were staring at Night Sorrow. Damn it! After he was safe, Night Sorrow cursed in a low voice. The leopard was fine just a moment ago, but now, it had become the black jiao's meal. Fight with Wu Jiao? Night Sorrow did not dare to do so. This black jiao was clearly a demonic beast with intelligence. And it was not a low-level demonic beast. Even the black iron spear on Night Sorrow's back would not be able to break through the black Jiao's scales. Fortunately, the black flood dragon had a thick body and was not good at climbing trees. It was only able to jump so high to attack Night Sorrow with the support of its tail. Since Wu Jiao couldn't eat Night Sorrow, he stayed for a while before leaving. After making sure that the Wu Jiao had left, Night Sorrow slipped down from the tree. Looking at the deep ditch that the Wu Jiao had crawled on the ground, he felt a lingering fear. If he had not run fast enough, he would have become the Wu Jiao's food like the leopard. The package under the tree was still there, but the tamed leopard had disappeared without a trace. Night Sorrow took the package and rested on a tree for the night. Night Sorrow continued his journey without stopping. For the next 2 days, Night Sorrow traveled cautiously and did not run into any danger. Looking at the town in the distance and the tall Gunnan Mountain at the entrance of the town, Night Sorrow knew that he had arrived at his first destination. This was Gunnan Town, and Gunnan was the symbol of Gunnan Town. This was one of the more prosperous towns nearby. Although the journey from Gunnan Town to Medicine Valley was long, there were caravans coming and going, so he did not have to travel alone. After entering Gunnan Town, Night Sorrow found a tea house and ordered a pot of tea. He then took out some dried meat and started to fill his stomach. There were restaurants in the town, but Night Sorrow was not willing to spend money. Therefore, he was satisfied with just some hot tea without spending much money. Night Sorrow was satisfied. While Night Sorrow was eating, a few beastly roars were heard. 3 sturdy men and a blonde girl walked into the tea house. Night Sorrow raised his head and glanced at them, then continued to eat in a low voice. With his hunting experience, he could feel the murderous aura coming from these people, just like demonic beasts that were about to devour humans. Big brother, we collected too few herbs this time, and we can't find the black Jiao. I'm afraid we can't complete the mission. The blonde girl said. Yes, Steward Jiao tricked us. He said there were a lot of green spirit grass in this area, and the gallbladder of the black Jiao was nowhere to be found. Sigh. The bearded man called Big Brother by the girl's side. Hearing them talking about the black Jiao, Night Sorrow raised his head. What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyeballs out if you keep looking. The girl glared at Night Sorrow and yelled at Night Sorrow. Fourth sister, don't lower yourself to the same level as a kid. The bearded man looked at Night Sorrow and said, he has delicate features. It would be nice to bring him back as a companion for the young master. The girl looked at Night Sorrow and murmured. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Upper G. Night Sorrow finished his tea in one gulp and got up to leave. He didn't want to get into trouble. However, sometimes trouble would come looking for you even if you didn't look for trouble. Letting you be a companion for the young master is already an honor for you. How dare you leave? Stop right there. The girl stood up and pushed Night Sorrow, causing him to stagger. Sorry, I have something to do. I'm in a hurry. Night Sorrow rubbed his shoulders and said softly, be a companion? Wouldn't that make him a servant? Night Sorrow didn't even think about it. No matter how bad his life was, he had to live with dignity. Fourth sister, why are you arguing with a kid? I'm sorry, little brother. Where are you going? The bearded man stopped the angry girl. I'm going to Scarlet Sun City. Night Sorrow had already asked Old Man Gu. Scarlet Sun City was the biggest city on the way to Pill Cauldron Mountain in the Medicine Valley. Scarlet Sun City? We will pass by Scarlet Sun City on our way back. However, there are still some things that we have to deal with. The bearded man was surprised and said, after all, Scarlet Sun City was thousands of miles away from here. It was inconceivable for a child like Night Sorrow to go so far. Damn it. If we had found the Wu Jiao, we would have left this damned place long ago. The girl looked at Night Sorrow and went to drink her tea angrily. After hearing the girl's words, Night Sorrow fell into deep thought. He knew where the Wu Jiao was. These people would go to Scarlet Sun City after killing the Wu Jiao. It would be more convenient to follow these people than the caravan. After all, the caravan would only travel for a long time, and might not go to Scarlet Sun City directly. It would be more troublesome to travel between many cities. Besides, Night Sorrow was thinking about the danger, and whether these people were reliable. What's wrong? Seeing Night Sorrow in deep thought, the bearded man asked. I know where the Wujiao is. However, you have to bring me to Scarlet Sun City. After thinking about it, Knight Sorrow felt that he did not have anything valuable on him. There was nothing to worry about. The worst-case scenario would be these people breaking their promise and not bringing him along. However, if these people kept their promise, it would save him a lot of time. You know where the Wujiao is? Good. As long as we can find the Wujiao, we will bring you safely to Scarlet Sun City. The bearded man said excitedly. I know where the Wujiao is. Knight Sorrow nodded his head with certainty. There is no wine here. Let's go out for a drink and then set off. The bearded man said excitedly. I have wine here. However, I am not sure if it will suit your tastes. Knight Sorrow said as he waved the 2 leather bags of wine in his hand. Haha. I am not picky. Second brother, third brother, fourth sister, let's go after drinking. The bearded man patted Knight Sorrow's shoulder and said loudly. The bearded man's slap caused Knight Sorrow to stagger. Big brother, slow down. This little brother is still young. The man with a scar on his forehead, who was called second brother by the bearded man, said with a smile. Knight Sorrow opened the leather bag and poured wine for the 4 of them. After that, he poured a cup for himself. Little brother, my name is Yang Senator. This is my second brother, Du Chong, third brother, Zhang Zhongshuan, and fourth sister Lin Xiao. The bearded man, Yang Sun, said. Du Chong and Zhang Xuanzong nodded their heads at Knight Sorrow. Chapter 4. My name is Knight Sorrow, fourth sister Lin. You are exaggerating. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Knight Sorrow felt a bit more at ease. Zheng Ming and the others were people who were willing to take responsibility for what they did. Let's stop talking and drink. Seeing that the barrier between Lin Xiao and Knight Sorrow had been removed, Yang Sun smiled and said. After the 4 drank the wine, Zhang Xianzong coughed. What wine is this? The taste is good, but it's too strong. You're too strong. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Yang Sun. And the others also blushed. It's brewed by an uncle in our village. Knight Sorrow drank a large bowl of wine as if he was drinking water. Knight Sorrow, you haven't eaten anything yet. Let's go somewhere else. Once you're done eating, we'll leave. Yang Sun was a bit impatient. No need. Brother Yang and the others seem to be in a hurry. Let's find the Wujiao first. Knight Sorrow said. Okay, then I'll have to trouble brother Yi. Yang Sun nodded. After leaving the tea house, Yang Sun and the others got on their tamed beasts. However, Knight Sorrow didn't have any tamed beasts. His tamed leopard had already been eaten by the Wujiao. Brother Yi, will Brother Yi ride with sister? Lin Xiao smiled and asked. Knight Sorrow blushed. He had never interacted with a girl before, let alone ride with her. Fourth sister, stop teasing brother Yi. Come and ride with me. Du Chong waved at Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow jumped onto Du Chong's tamed lion. Knight Sorrow led the way, and the group quickly moved forward. As they chatted, Knight Sorrow found out that the 4 of them were from Scarlet Sun City. They were the guards of Scarlet Sun City's Vice City Lord. They came here for the Wu Jiao's gallbladder. Brother Yi, when you reach Scarlet Sun City, you can find us at the Vice City Lord's residence if you need anything. We can help with small matters. Du Chong, who had a good impression of Knight Sorrow, said. Thank you, second brother Du. Knight Sorrow didn't reject Du Chonger's kindness. The lion taming speed was very fast. In 1.5 days, they arrived at the place where Knight Sorrow was attacked by the Wu Jiao. Third brother, you lead the way. Knight Sorrow, you stay here. Yang Sun said as he looked at Zhang Xuanzong, who had already found traces of Wu Jiao. Knight Sorrow nodded. He knew that this was not something he could or should be involved in. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of wine, Knight Sorrow waited under the old tree. Moments later, the sound of a battle could be heard from afar. Knight Sorrow knew that the battle had already begun. The Wu Jiao was so big that it couldn't have run too far away. Its lair might be nearby. The explosive sounds of battle lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it ended. After the battle ended, Lin Xiao came over. Kill that bastard. I didn't expect it to be an advanced stage 2 beast. Are you guys injured? Knight Sorrow looked at Lin Xiao, who was covered in blood, and asked. Second brother was in charge of blocking the entrance of the beast's lair. He was swept by the beast's tail. Let's go over and rest for a while before heading back, Lin Xiao said. Under Lin Xiao's lead, the two of them arrived at a cliff. Below the cliff, the Wu Jiao's 70 to 80 feet long body was still wriggling. However, half of its head had already been chopped off. It was still struggling without consciousness. Du Chong fell to the side. His right arm was wrapped by clothes. It was obvious that he was injured. Night Sorrow poured a bowl of wine for Du Chong. Haha, this is good. Du Chong laughed. While Night Sorrow and Du Chong were talking, Yang Sun began to cut open the Wu Jiao's abdomen. Moments later, he obtained the Wu Jiao's gallbladder. Next, he removed the Wu Jiao's fangs and the scales on its neck. These were the most valuable materials on the Wu Jiao's body. Clean up and rest for a while before heading back, Yang Sun said. What a waste of the Wu Jiao's meat. Night Sorrow really wanted to go back to the village and call for help to bring the Wu Jiao back. However, there were still a few hundred miles to go. It was not appropriate to delay Yang Sun and the others. Just cut off a few pieces. Lin Xiao held a long sword and cut off a few pieces of the Wu Jiao's body. After resting for a while, they set off. This time, Night Sorrow and Yang Sun rode on their tamed beasts. Du Chong's arm was broken, so it was inconvenient for him to carry Night Sorrow. The tamed beasts of the four of them were all tall and mighty lions. They were very fast and soon arrived at Gunnan town. At the inn, Yang Sun helped Night Sorrow get a room. Then everyone went to rest. Night Sorrow slept soundly. He knew that it would be much easier for him to reach the Medicine Valley. The journey to Red Flame City was more than half the distance to the Medicine Valley. As for Yang Sun and the other three, Night Sorrow believed that although he did not have much experience with the outside world, he could sense the kindness and malice of his prey when hunting. It had already become his instinct. Night Sorrow woke up early. In the inn, he could not practice martial arts in the courtyard. Night Sorrow practiced martial arts in the room for a while. After washing up, Night Sorrow saw that Yang Sun and the others were all ready. Wake up. Let's eat something, and then we'll set off. Yang Sun was in high spirits. After getting the gallbladder of the Wu Jiao, their mission was considered complete. Okay. Night Sorrow nodded. After eating, the group set off. Night Sorrow still rode with young Senator. Taming beasts was not easy. It was either trained from a young age or subdued. Many demon beasts would rather die than be subdued. For example, Yang Sun and the others tamed lions were all trained by beast tamers since they were young. They were also bought from beast tamers. The speed of taming the lions was very fast and stable. They chatted casually as they moved forward. Through the conversation, Night Sorrow learned more about the situation outside. Red Flame City was a city under the Medicine Valley. The mayor and deputy mayor were both disciples of the Medicine Valley's elders. They were in charge of Red Flame City on behalf of the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow did not hide his purpose. He said that his destination was Danding Mountain of the Medicine Valley. Through Yang Sen's words, Yishang also learned that he did not have a good foundation, so it was unlikely that he would be able to join the Medicine Valley. Yang Sen also said that if things did not go well, Yishang should return to Red Flame City to find them. As for the basics, Yishang was somewhat helpless. Father Gu had always wanted Yishang to be an ordinary person, so he had not taught Yishang to cultivate Xian techniques, which were true qi. He had only taught Yishang fist techniques to strengthen his body. After hearing that Night Sorrow did not cultivate true energy, Yang Sen taught Night Sorrow the basic qi gathering and qi accumulation. During the day, they hurried on their way. At night, when they rested, Yishang would meditate and cultivate according to Yang Sen's instructions. He cultivated qi gathering and qi storing. What surprised Yang Sun and the others was that after one day, Yishang was able to sense qi. On the second day, he was able to smoothly gather qi into his dantian. You are really a good seedling for cultivation. Although you started a little later than ordinary cultivators, it's nothing. When they rested, Du Chong encouraged Night Sorrow. Traveling was boring. However, Yang Sun and the others told Night Sorrow a lot of things, allowing Night Sorrow to gain more knowledge. Along the way, they passed through mountains and forests. They encountered many wild and demonic beasts. However, Yang Sun and the others easily dealt with them. Lin Xiao's attitude towards Night Sorrow also became much better. After about 20 days, they arrived at Red Flame City. At this time, Night Sorrow's improvement was great. He had already cultivated to the second level of Qi refining realm from having no foundation. Cultivators were divided into mini levels according to their cultivation level. There were 7 levels: Qi refining realm, essence gathering realm, core condensation realm, spirit severing realm, void inquiry stage, clear heaven realm, and sage realm. Yang Sun and the others were all at the high level of essence gathering realm. Demonic beasts were the same as humans. They were divided into 7 levels according to their cultivation level. The Black Jiao was a second-level demonic beast that was close to the 3rd level. If Yang Sun and the others encountered it alone, they could only run away. Demonic beasts of the same level were stronger than humans. Chapter 5. Yang Sun looked at Night Sorrow and said, "Night Sorrow, what are you talking about? Didn't you help us too? Come with us to rest for a while, and we'll help you find a caravan. That way you can go to Danding City and then Danding Mountain. Didn't I tell you that there's still a month before the Medicine Valley's annual disciple recruitment? There's still time." "Alright then. I'll have to trouble you guys again." Yi Shang didn't reject their good intentions. Along the way, he knew that Yang Sun and the others were loyal men. Lin Qiao's temper wasn't good, but she was easy to get along with if she liked you. Night Sorrow didn't stay at the inn, and was brought to his house by Du Chong. After washing up and eating, Night Sorrow began to cultivate. After 20 days of cultivation, Night Sorrow could feel the changes in himself. In the past, when he hadn't cultivated Qianqi or true energy, he could punch out with a force of 500 or 600 pounds. But now that he had cultivated true energy, the strength of his fist had increased significantly. Night Sorrow's dream was to become an expert, the expert that Father Gu said could overturn the clouds and rain. Besides, Night Sorrow had never given up on his background. He could only find clues after he left Jiyuan village. This cultivation lasted for an entire day. Aside from eating and resting, Yi Shang had been meditating the entire time. He knew that he had started a little late, and he couldn't compare to the cultivators who were taller. If a cultivator wanted to rise, there were only 2 factors. One was talent, and the other was resources. According to Yang Sun, Du Chong, and the others, Night Sorrow knew that his talent was very good. These 20 days of cultivation were comparable to months, or even half a year of cultivation for others. He had already surpassed the amount of resources others could use to cultivate. Night Sorrow received news from Du Chong after cultivating for a day. "Night Sorrow, good news. You don't have to follow the caravan to Danding Mountain. The team from Chiang City going to Medicine Valley to participate in the Medicine Valley's disciple recruitment ceremony hasn't left yet. The Vice City Lord said that you can just go with them." Du Chong said happily when he returned home. "I see. That's great." Night Sorrow was very excited to be able to go directly to the Medicine Valley, without having to deal with the caravan. That's right. Those who are going to the Medicine Valley to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony are all good seedlings from the Red Flame City. The City Lord's office will send out guards, so you don't have to worry about their safety," Du Chong said as he patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. "Thank you, Brother Du." Night Sorrow was truly grateful to Du Chong and the others for their help. If he hadn't met them, he didn't know how long it would take him to travel from Gunnan Town to Pill Cauldron Mountain. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to make it in time for the Medicine Valley's apprenticeship ceremony. "Night Sorrow, please don't say that. You've helped us a lot this time." Du Chong shook his head as he told Night Sorrow about their past. Yang Sun, Du Chong, and the others were originally the guards of the Red Flame City's caravan. During one of their missions, they encountered strong bandits and all 4 of them were severely injured. At the most critical moment, the Vice City Lord of the Red Flame City, Qin Aoshuan, appeared and saved the 4 of them. From then on, the 4 of them became Qin Aoshuan's family guards. Qin Aoshuan only had one son, Qin Jun. Qin Jun was about the same age as Night Sorrow. He was born with atrophied veins and couldn't cultivate. This matter gave Qin Aoshuan a headache. This also made Yang Sun and the others, who wanted to share Qin Aoshuan's burden, very anxious. Qin Aoshuan had obtained the prescription in the Medicine Valley, but he couldn't find the main ingredient of the elixir, black jiao gallbladder. In the eyes of an expert like Qin Aoshuan, black jiao gallbladder wasn't difficult to deal with. However, due to its scarcity, it hadn't been found for a few years. This time, Knight Sorrow helped find the black jiao gallbladder. Not only did he help Yang Sun and the others, but he also helped Qin Aoshuan a lot. Knight Sorrow also knew why Lin Xiao wanted him to be Qin Zhen's companion. Qin Zhen, who was born in a big family, was a little depressed and lonely because he couldn't cultivate. Lin Xiao wanted to find a companion for Qin Zhen. At the very least, he wouldn't be lonely forever. Don't worry. These 2 days, the Vice City Lord will be busy treating young Master Qin Zhen's injuries. Young Master Qin Zhen also needs to go to the Medicine Valley on Danding Mountain. Du Chong looked at Knight Sorrow and said with a smile. After chatting with Knight Sorrow for a while, Du Chong left. In the following days, Knight Sorrow stayed at Du Chong's house to cultivate. Because of Du Chong's words, Knight Sorrow wasn't in a hurry. Qin Zhen also needed to go to the Medicine Valley's Danding Mountain. He definitely wouldn't leave Knight Sorrow alone. 2 days later, after Knight Sorrow finished cultivating, Du Chong appeared. Knight Sorrow, let's go. The City Lord's mansion is having a celebration banquet. The Vice City Lord specifically asked me to bring you along. Is it appropriate for me to go? Knight Sorrow asked with a little surprise. Scarlet Sun City was a big city. It was a few hundred times bigger than Gunnan Town. Bamboo Garden Village was even more incomparable. As the Vice City Lord of Scarlet Sun City, Qin Aoshuan was a real big shot. Knight Sorrow didn't feel inferior. It was just that they were people from 2 different worlds. 2 most WL New J chapter upper Q $. It's okay. The Vice City Lord is ruthless to his enemies and opponents, but he is still very good to the people around him. Du Chong said with a smile. After hearing Du Chong's words, Knight Sorrow didn't refuse anymore. After tidying up, he followed Du Chong to the Qin mansion. You look really energetic after tidying up. You have the temperament of a rich young master. Du Chong walked while sizing up Knight Sorrow. Second brother Du, don't make fun of me. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. I'm not making fun of you. I've seen the City Lord's mansion, and the young masters of the elder families in the city. They are all extravagant. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Du Chong's place was very close to the Qin mansion. Seeing that they were about to reach the Qin mansion, Du Chong stopped talking. After all, it wasn't good to be heard by others. Looking at the tall lintel of the Qin mansion and the 2 stone lions at the gate, Knight Sorrow knew that Qin Aoshuan's power in Scarlet Sun City was shocking. When the guards at the gate saw Du Chong, they nodded and greeted him. They didn't stop him. Du Chong brought Knight Sorrow into the Qin mansion and went straight to the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. There were many people in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. Each of them had an imposing aura. In the middle of the hall sat a middle-aged man in a green robe. On both sides of him sat a few old men. Behind each of the old men were a few young people. Yang Sun and the others were also present. However, they were all standing to the side of the green-robed man. Du Chong, this is the youth who helped us find the Black Flood Dragon. The middle-aged man looked at Knight Sorrow and said with a smile. Yes, we were able to successfully obtain the Black Flood Dragon's gallbladder. It was all thanks to Knight Sorrow. Du Chong bowed and said, Knight Sorrow, what a good name. Sit. The green-robed man, Qin Aoshuan, smiled and nodded at Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow greets the Vice City Lord. Knight Sorrow didn't sit. After greeting Qin Aoshuan, he retreated to Du Chong's side. Zhener should thank you personally. However, he is still not feeling well. Qin Aoshuan's eyes didn't leave Knight Sorrow's body. Vice City Lord Qin, you are exaggerating. It is just a small matter. Knight Sorrow said. This may be a small matter to you, but it is a big matter to the Qin clan. If you need any help, just let me know. Qin Aoshuan said. Qin Aoshuan's words shocked everyone in the hall. It was too difficult to ask Qin Aoshuan for help. There was nothing in the Scarlet Sun City that he couldn't do. There was also someone like him in the Medicine Valley. Chapter 6. Haha, that's fine. However, what I said just now is still valid. Whenever you need help, you can come and find me. Alright, let's go and eat. Qin Aoshuan stood up and walked outside. This was the meeting hall. The banquet was not arranged here. The banquet was arranged in a hall at the side of Qin Manor. In front of the hall was a large garden. It was elegant and imposing. Du Chong brought Knight Sorrow into the hall and sat with Yang Sun, Zhang Xuanzong, Lin Xiao, and 2 other young men. Guard Yang, guard Du, you guys went out to get a black jiao. Is it necessary for third uncle to do such a big favor? A young man with a pair of mean eyes looked at Knight Sorrow and said, Young Master Hai, please be careful with your words. Hearing the young man's words, Yang Sen's expression changed. Don't be anxious. Why are you so nervous? Young Master Hai, Qin Hai, said with a smile. He looked at Knight Sorrow as if he was looking at a rare animal. Favor? That's what Vice City Lord Qin said. It's not what Knight Sorrow said. So please don't use this as an excuse. Knight Sorrow said coldly. He hated Qin Hai's gaze. It was a naked look of disdain. It's good that you know. Haha. Let's eat. Qin Hai laughed heartily. Then he minded his own business and ate. Knight Sorrow, who had picked up his chopsticks, put them down. Looking at Qin Hai, he had no appetite at all. Yang Sun and the others did not move their chopsticks. They were very angry. However, they could not afford to offend this young man. He was Qin Aoshuan's eldest brother's son. Knight Sorrow wanted to get up and leave. However, that would be embarrassing the Qin clan. He could not do something inappropriate just because of Qin Hai. Just when they were feeling a little awkward, a beautiful middle-aged woman came in from the entrance of the hall. She was accompanied by 2 servant girls. Seeing the middle-aged beautiful woman, the people in the hall stood up. Greetings, madam. Seeing the middle-aged beautiful woman, Yang Sun and the others who were near the door stood up and greeted her. You must be Knight Sorrow. I went to the temple to offer incense and pray for the past 2 days, so I didn't have time to see you. The middle-aged woman walked up to Knight Sorrow and said, Madam, you're too polite. It's really just a small matter. Knight Sorrow bowed and said, Good. What a good child. You must eat well. After saying that, the middle-aged woman walked towards the main seat. Don't pay attention to irrelevant people. Let's eat. Lin Xiao glanced at Qin Hai and pulled Knight Sorrow to sit down. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Hai sneered, but he didn't say anything. Mrs. Qin had a close relationship with Lin Xiao, and it wouldn't do him any good to piss her off. Smiling at Lin Xiao, Knight Sorrow picked up the bowl and chopsticks to eat. After eating, Mrs. Qin went to find Knight Sorrow and chatted with him for a while. Knight Sorrow could feel that Mrs. Qin was sincere and was a kind woman. Then Knight Sorrow followed Du Chong and left the Qin Manor. There are good and bad people mixed together. This Qin Hai doesn't have much of a future. If he wasn't a member of the Qin Manor, his legs would have been broken a long time ago. Du Chong was still very angry at Qin Hai's arrogance. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. It's a bit troublesome. That guy is also going to Danding Mountain Medicine Valley. You guys might be in trouble along the way. Yang Sen's expression changed as he thought of something. Hearing Yang Sen's words, Du Chong, Zhang Xuanzong and Lin Xiao stopped walking. It's okay. I won't piss him off. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Knight Sorrow, you don't know. This Qin Hai is a second-generation heir, who deserves a beating. If you don't piss him off, he will find trouble with you. Lin Xiao said with a bit of worry. How about I tell the Vice Castellan that I won't be going to Danding Mountain and join the escort team? Du Chong thought for a moment and said, Second brother Du, don't worry. I can take care of myself. After hearing Du Chong's words, Knight Sorrow knew that they still had things to deal with. Then you must be careful. Yang Sun thought for a moment and said. Knight Sorrow nodded with a smile. He really didn't want to trouble Yang Sun and the others anymore. #Xin05 is the fastest X on Z. After returning to Du Chong's residence, Knight Sorrow went to cultivate. Medicine Valley's apprenticeship ceremony was very strict. Without good talent and a good foundation, it was very difficult to pass. Therefore, Knight Sorrow wanted to accumulate strength. 2 days later, Du Chong came to call Knight Sorrow. The team to Danding Mountain was about to depart. Qin Aoshuan was very busy, but he still asked Du Chong to bring a bottle of Peiyuan pills, a qi-breaking pill, and 2 gold notes. Knight Sorrow couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. At the same time, Duchong also told Night Sorrow the uses of the Peiyuan pills and qi-breaking pills. The Peiyuan pills were used to assist in cultivation. Each pill contained a certain amount of energy and was suitable for the qi refining stage. It was much faster than absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The qi-breaking pill was used to break through from qi refining stage level 9 to qi gathering stage. It was very valuable. When Duchong brought Night Sorrow out, they bumped into Yang Sun, Zhang Xuanzong and Lin Qiao. "Let's go, we'll send you there together," Yang Sun said with a smile. Under the lead of Yang Sun and the others, the group arrived at the plaza in front of the Castellan's mansion. When the group arrived, there were already many people in the plaza. Some were teenagers brought by their parents, and some were guards wearing black tights. Yi Shang saw Qin Hai, as well as the youth beside him. "That's Qin Shan, the Castellan's second brother's son. He's jackals of the same tribe as Qin Hai," Lin Qiao said when she noticed Night Sorrow's gaze. When Lin Qiao was speaking, Mrs. Qin brought 2 guards and a boy who was about the same height as Night Sorrow. However, he was skinnier and weaker. When Mrs. Qin appeared, a lot of people greeted her. Mrs. Qin brought the guards and the boy to Night Sorrow's side. "Zheno, this is Night Sorrow. He helped a lot with your recovery," Mrs. Qin said to the boy beside her. Qin Zhen was skinny and weak, but his eyes were very bright. He looked at Night Sorrow and cupped his hands at Night Sorrow. However, he didn't say anything. "This kid is always like this. He doesn't talk much," Mrs. Qin said to Night Sorrow with a smile. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. He could tell that Qin Zhen wasn't good at communicating. However, it was already very rare for him to cup his hands at Night Sorrow. After chatting for a while, people from the Castellan's manor came out. The leader nodded at Mrs. Qin and announced that they were going to depart. Mrs. Qin, Yang Sun, and the people who came to send them off all waved goodbye. However, the 2 guards who came with Mrs. Qin stayed with the group. It seemed that they were worried about Qin Zhen. After leaving the city, Night Sorrow's mystery was solved. There were 2 or 3 huge beast carriages outside the city gates. At first, Night Sorrow was confused. Were they going to walk to Pill Cauldron Mountain? Who knew how long it would take to get there? Seeing Night Sorrow's surprised expression, Qin Hai sneered at Night Sorrow and got into the carriage first. The others followed closely behind. Night Sorrow wasn't in a hurry. He couldn't just leave him behind, right? Moreover, Qin Zhen didn't get into the carriage. He believed that these guards should know about Qin Zhen's identity. There were a lot of people. Night Sorrow, Qin Zhen, and the other 2 young men didn't even get into the carriage before it was already full. "Don't push. You guys can sit in the next carriage behind us," the leader of the guards said. Chapter 7. Night Sorrow, Qin Zhen and the other 2 teenagers, along with Qin Zhen's 2 bodyguards, the convoy's captain, and several other bodyguards entered the last beast carriage. After entering the carriage, Night Sorrow found a corner and sat down. As he sat down, Night Sorrow was shocked. This beast carriage was actually made of steel. No wonder each beast carriage was driven by 3 wind tigers. Qin Zhen sat opposite Night Sorrow. The other 2 teenagers glanced at Night Sorrow and sat beside Qin Zhen. Because of his clothes, Night Sorrow was not the same kind of person as them. After closing the door, the bodyguard opened the window. The window was covered with steel bars as thick as a baby's arm. It was obvious that this carriage was very safe. As the carriage moved forward, Night Sorrow placed his bag beside him and closed his eyes to meditate. Just as Night Sorrow was about to enter a meditative state, the 2 teenagers began to whisper to each other. "Be quiet, or get out of the carriage." The captain did not give them any face and directly reprimanded them. The 2 teenagers' faces changed and they did not dare to say anything because these bodyguards belonged to Red Flame City. Even their parents could not easily offend them. After a moment of silence, Night Sorrow began to meditate and cultivate. He did not have a sense of time until he was awakened by the bodyguard. Night Sorrow knew that a day had passed, and it was time to set up camp and get something to eat. After getting out of the carriage, Night Sorrow looked around and found that they were in a relatively spacious area in the forest. "Go get some firewood. Remember, don't go too far," the captain of the convoy said. Before setting up camp, The captain of the convoy had already asked the bodyguards to check the surroundings. There were no large demon beasts. Knight Sorrow kept the pills and gold notes in his arms. There was nothing important in his bag, so he left it in the carriage. He carried the black iron spear and went to find firewood. Walking out of the open space, Knight Sorrow saw a withered tree. The tree was very thick and very tall. If it was anyone else who saw this tree, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It couldn't be cut down, and the branches were very tall. However, this wasn't a problem for Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow used his hands and feet to climb up the withered tree. He used his black iron spear to break the withered branches and threw them under the tree. Then he jumped down. However, Knight Sorrow saw an antelope running not far from the withered tree. Leaping off the withered tree, Knight Sorrow chased after the antelope. Closing the distance, Knight Sorrow nailed the antelope to the ground with his iron spear. Walking forward, Knight Sorrow picked up the antelope and walked under the withered tree. He tied the dry branches with wet wood and returned to the camp. Looking at Knight Sorrow, the guard captain and the group of guards were very surprised. Knight Sorrow was the first to return, and he had only gone out for a short while. Kid, not bad. The guard captain nodded approvingly. He knew that the antelope was very fast. Knight Sorrow had only been out for a short period of time. Apart from the time he spent gathering firewood, there wasn't much time left. The antelope should have been killed instantly. Knight Sorrow lit the dry firewood and went to the side to disembowel the antelope. Then he found a wooden pole and skewered the antelope before returning to the fire. After extinguishing the flames, Knight Sorrow roasted the antelope. Kid, you're very experienced. The guard captain came to Knight Sorrow's side and said, Yes, I've done it before. In a while, Sir Captain. I'll make some for everyone to try, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. All right. The guard captain nodded with a smile. When he turned his head, the guard captain's expression changed. The others had returned. Some were carrying wood with green leaves, while others carried a bundle of hay. It had nothing to do with warmth. After taking a deep breath, the guard captain suppressed his anger and waved at the other guards. Since he couldn't count on anyone, the guard captain could only arrange for the guards to do it. Some of the guards went to gather the dry firewood, while others went to the car to take out biscuits and jerky to distribute to the group of youths. Qingjun also returned. He had gathered dry firewood, but there wasn't much of it. It was probably a branch that he had picked up. Qingjun placed the dry firewood not far from Knight Sorrow and was about to start a fire. Young master, your branch is thin. It'll burn out in a few seconds. Let's work together with him to keep warm. One of Qingjun's guards pointed at Knight Sorrow and said. Qingjun raised his head and looked at Knight Sorrow. After hearing what Qingjun's guard said, Knight Sorrow also turned to look at Qingjun and nodded in a friendly manner. Qingjun carried the dry firewood to Knight Sorrow's side and squatted by the fire. The night in the barren mountains was still relatively cold. The antelope was roasted until it sizzled with oil and turned golden. There were other guards roasting prey, but it wasn't as effective as Knight Sorrow's side. After an hour, the antelope was roasted. Knight Sorrow used his black iron spear to cut the antelope in half and gave one half to the guard captain. The guard captain didn't refuse and nodded in a friendly manner at Knight Sorrow. After returning to the fire, Knight Sorrow cut off 2 pieces of meat and gave them to Qingjun's 2 guards. Then he cut off one of its front legs and gave it to Qingjun. Qingjun hesitated for a moment before taking the meat from Knight Sorrow and eating it. He had eaten some biscuits earlier. After breaking off 2 antelope ribs, Knight Sorrow thought for a moment and returned to the beast cart. He took out an animal skin bag and a black sand bowl. After returning to the fire, he poured some wine from the animal skin bag into the black sand bowl and handed it to Qingjun. Look at the M:% on the K chapter of the S version this time. Qingjun didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. Young master, you can't drink it. The guard with a long face who had been silent all this time suddenly shouted. His shout attracted many people's attention. Knight Sorrow laughed self-deprecatingly and reached out to take the wine bowl from Qingjun's hand. Since the other party didn't believe him, why should he stick his warm face to a cold butt? Qingjun didn't let go. Knight Sorrow pulled hard, but Qingjun still didn't let go. He turned his head to look at the guard with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Qingjun didn't let go. Knight Sorrow retracted his hand and took the animal skin bag. He tilted his head back and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of wine. In the future, don't meddle in my business, Qingjun said coldly. Then he raised the bowl and drank the wine. Cough cough. After drinking the bowl of wine, Qingjun's face turned red and he started coughing. Young master. At the sight of Qingjun coughing, his 2 bodyguards were somewhat anxious. Qingjun only shook his head and continued eating the antelope leg. The coals in the bonfire crackled, reflecting the redness of everything. Knight Sorrow ate 2 mouthfuls of meat and drank a mouthful of wine. After a while, Qingjun held the wine bowl in front of Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow didn't say anything. He poured a bowl of wine for Qingjun and continued drinking and eating. Knight Sorrow didn't cut any more meat for the 2 guards. He didn't want to suck up to anyone. The 2 guards felt rather awkward and could only stand to the side. After everyone had finished eating, the guards moved the charcoal fire away and knocked on it, making the fire almost go out. Then, they drove the beast carriages over and parked them on top of the fire. This way, the bottom of the beast carriages wouldn't be cold. After doing all this, the leader of the guards asked everyone to get on the carriages and rest. No one was allowed to stay outside the beast carriages. This was for everyone's safety. After returning to the carriage, Knight Sorrow sat down and started cultivating. Qingjun saw Knight Sorrow cultivating and also closed his eyes to meditate. However, before he started, he ate a pill. If Knight Sorrow saw it, he would recognize that it was the same pill that Qin Aoshuan gave him. It was a foundation cultivation pill. Chapter 8. After cultivating for an entire night and eating at dawn, the group continued on their journey. Seeing that Knight Sorrow had started meditating again, Qingjun also did the same. Just like Knight Sorrow, he had a huge desire to cultivate. In the past he couldn't cultivate, but now that he could, Qingjun's desire for strength was no less than Knight Sorrow's. The next 2 days were relatively peaceful. Some of the demonic beasts that were blocking the road were eliminated by the guards. Every evening, Knight Sorrow would go out to hunt some wild animals. When they were eating, Yishang would share some with the guards and some with Qingjun. Qingjun accepted Yishang's food and didn't refuse the wine. However, as usual, the 2 of them didn't communicate verbally. After setting off again, Knight Sorrow saw Qingjun eating a Peiyuan pill to cultivate. His heart trembled. What's the use of pills if you don't eat them? Aren't pills used to increase one's strength? Increasing one's strength is the best way to maximize one's benefits. After thinking it through, Knight Sorrow also ate a pill to cultivate. At this time, Knight Sorrow's cultivation was not far from Qi refining stage 3. Just as Knight Sorrow and the others were cultivating, a beast roar sounded, followed by the violent shaking of the carriage. The guard captain, Qingjun's expression changed. Don't move. He opened the door and got off with the guards. Qingjun's 2 guards' expressions also changed. From the roar, they could tell that the demonic beast was not ordinary. Otherwise, the wind tiger driving the carriage was a peak rank 2 tamed beast. If it wasn't for the difference in level and cultivation, there wouldn't have been such a commotion. The carriage was tilted because the wind tiger was lying down. Then the battle started and the carriage flipped over. Knight Sorrow grabbed onto the window railing and didn't fall down like the others. However, only the 2 youths in the carriage fell down. Qingjun was pulled back by his guards. Not good. That's a green-winged eagle. It has the bloodline of an ancient green-winged peng. One of Qingjun's guards shouted through the window. Can't the guards kill it? Qingjun frowned. I can't tell its cultivation. Maybe only the guard captain can stop it, but it's hard to kill it. One of Qingjun's guards said. Knight Sorrow was leaning against the window and could see the situation outside. The green-winged eagle was already fighting with the guards. The green-winged eagle's wingspan was 50 to 60 feet wide, and its pair of sharp claws shone with a cold light, no different from a sharp blade. While Knight Sorrow was watching, the green-winged eagle swung its head and pecked at a guard's sword, sending him flying. The guard's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It looked like he wouldn't survive. Attack the outside of its claws. Qiuzhen shouted. His eyes were sharp. Night Sorrow could also see that the green-winged eagle's claws clawed forward and backward. Only the outer part of its thigh couldn't be attacked. Although it could flap its wings to attack, the threat was less and wouldn't be fatal. Qiuzhen fought head-on with the green-winged eagle. His body flashed quickly, and Night Sorrow couldn't see his figure clearly. One by one, the guards were sent flying by the wings of the green-winged eagle. However, the green-winged eagle was also unable to withstand the continuous attacks of the guards. In just a short while, its wings and legs had several bloody wounds, some of which were very deep. If someone attacks its valley door now, the effect will be better, Night Sorrow said after watching for a while. Qin Zhen's 2 bodyguards trembled and turned to look at Yi Shang. Then the one with the coffin face said, "Li Song, you protect the young master. I'll go help. If we fail, no one will have a good time." "Okay. Guanxiong, be careful." Li Song nodded. The Qin Zhen's guard, Guanxiong, pushed open the door and rushed towards the tail of the green-winged eagle. The valley door that Night Sorrow mentioned was under the green-winged eagle's tail. It was the place where it defecated. Guanxiong caught the green-winged eagle off guard and hit it with one move. The long sword in his hand sank into the green-winged eagle's valley door. With a roar, the green-winged eagle's tail pressed down, intending to sweep Guanxiong away. However, Guanxiong grabbed the long sword and shook it, not letting go. The green-winged eagle roared. That's right, it roared. This was the difference between the green-winged eagle and other bird-type monsters. It roared and not chirped. The green-winged eagle's body was huge. The sword piercing through the valley door was actually an external injury. However, it was in great pain when Guanxiong shook it. Furthermore, Qiuzhen was blocking its head, preventing it from attacking Guanxiong. After several attempts, the green-winged eagle couldn't shake Guanxiong off. After enduring a few attacks, it spread its wings and flew away. At this moment, Guanxiong quickly let go of the sword. As the green-winged eagle's valley door was tightly clamped, Guanxiong couldn't pull out the long sword and could only abandon it. The green-winged eagle ran away. Everyone was relieved. Those who were injured were bandaged, while those who weren't injured worked together to lift the carriage. "Brother Guan, thank you for this time. If it wasn't for you, we would have been wiped out." Qiuzhen's expression wasn't good. Several guards were injured. Before he came up with a strategy, the green-winged eagle's sharp beak and claws each took a guard's life. "Captain Qiu, you can't just thank me for this." It was Night Sorrow who saw the green-winged eagle's weakness. Guanxiong didn't bow. "Night Sorrow? You have a good eye." Qiuzhen looked at Night Sorrow in shock. "I've hunted before, and I feel that when fighting with beasts, we should play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. If there was someone with fast speed, we could attack its valley door and not let go. It would be easy to chase it away without any casualties." Night Sorrow said, "You are right. This guy is already a pseudo-core monster. If it was a core condensation monster, we would be dead." Qiuzhen was a little scared. It wasn't the first time he went to Danding City, but it was the first time it was so dangerous. Under the attack of the green-winged eagle, the team suffered a great loss. Not to mention the injuries, 2 people had died. In addition, the 3 wind tigers in the first carriage were all killed by the green-winged eagle. Now they could only unload 1 wind tiger from each of the second and third carriages. After burying the 2 guards, the team continued to move forward. Staying in the same carriage with Night Sorrow, Qiuzhen and the other guards were much more enthusiastic about Night Sorrow. After seeing the power of the green-winged eagle, Night Sorrow trembled with fear. They had only been out for a few days, and the road ahead was going to be very difficult. If they were to go with a caravan, it would be even more dangerous. The strength of the guards of the Chamber of Commerce was definitely not as strong as the guards of the City Lord Mansion. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Fortunately, the rest of the journey was scary but not dangerous. Night Sorrow also saw the skills of Qiuzhen and the others. Steel crossbows, drugs, and poison. When they met a strong monster, Qiuzhen and the others didn't fight it head-on. The green-winged eagle was an accident. After all, it was a powerful flying monster. Qiuzhen and the others didn't have time to prepare. After another rest, Qiuzhen told everyone that there were only 3 days left before they reached Danding City. It could be said that they were safe. there wouldn't be any monsters near Danding City. The distance between Danding City and Medicine Valley wasn't that far. Captain Xiao, the distance between Red Flame City and Danding City is so far. It's really not easy to go back and forth. If your cultivation is not high enough, you will die. Night Sorrow said with some regret. This time, we have a lot of people. If it was just a few people, we could just ride a flying beast. Qiuzhen said with a smile. Hearing this news, Night Sorrow was shocked. Yes, there were leopard taming, lion taming, and wind tiger. Those flying monsters could also be tamed. Chapter 9. Along the way, Qiuzhen and the others were chatting and laughing with Night Sorrow, ignoring Qin Hai and the others. This made Qin Hai and the others feel very indignant. After all, they were still members of the Qin clan, while Night Sorrow was just a native. On the other hand, Qin Zhen was also one side. When Qin Hai, Qin Shan, and the others talked to Qin Zhen only nodded and shook his head, unwilling to interact with them. However, he got along well with Night Sorrow. Although they didn't speak, they ate and lived together. Country bumpkin. Country bumpkin. Night Sorrow laughed. He really didn't want to bother with Qin Hai and the others. Along the way, Night Sorrow could see that Qin Hai and the others were very arrogant and extravagant. In the future, they wouldn't have any interactions, so he was too lazy to argue with them. Night Sorrow's words made Qin Hai furious. Although he didn't fiercely resist, everyone could hear the disdain in his words. You're courting death. The angry Qin Hai grabbed the long sword at his waist and walked towards Night Sorrow. Qiuzhen's expression changed. He knew Qin Hai's identity. He didn't want to bother with him and looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. However, Qin Hai's identity was still there. However, if Qin Hai wanted to hurt Night Sorrow, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Zhen stood beside Night Sorrow. At the same time, Night Sorrow's hand also reached for the black iron spear on his back. He didn't know what Qin Hai's cultivation was, but if Qin Hai insisted on picking a fight, then Night Sorrow wouldn't hesitate to fight. Even if he lost, he would still fight. He could lose everything, but he couldn't lose his dignity and backbone. If he lost, Night Sorrow wouldn't mind. He could fight back in the future. However, if he didn't even dare to fight, then it would be a disgrace that could never be washed away. Qin Zhen stood beside Night Sorrow, causing Qin Hai to be stunned. Qin Zhen didn't have any cultivation, and was even weaker than Night Sorrow. However, Qin Zhen had 2 bodyguards by his side. Although they were both members of the Qin family, Qin Zhen's status in the Qin family was completely different. At this time, Guan Xiong and Li Song would only recognize Qin Zhen as their young master. That's enough. What are you guys doing? Qin Hai, hurry up and go back. At the crucial moment, Qiuzhen spoke up. The current situation was different from before. It could be said that he was standing on the side of the Qin clan's direct line of descent. He absolutely would not offend Qin Aoshuan. Just you wait. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Qin Hai cursed and turned to leave. Night Sorrow's eyes emitted 2 rays of cold light. He looked at Qin Hai's back and didn't say anything. He didn't care about the first time he had insulted Night Sorrow, but it was impossible for him to not mind if Night Sorrow was insulted again. Night Sorrow tightened his grip on the black iron spear. Then he smiled and let go of his hand. Strength determines everything. Night Sorrow, if you enter the Medicine Valley, you have to work hard. Qiuzhen patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said, Thank you, Captain Xiao. I will. Night Sorrow nodded and then smiled at Qin Zhen, who was beside him. Qiuzhen left and arranged for the bodyguards to scout the surroundings. Captain, that Qin Hai is a little too much. With such a temperament, he will be at a disadvantage in the Medicine Valley. The vice-captain of the bodyguards, Qiu Yuan, said. Qiu Yuan was Qiuzhen's cousin, but he relied on his own strength to become the vice-captain. Qiu Yuan, do you know the difference between a yellow snake and a jiao dragon? Qiuzhen asked with a smile. Yellow snakes jump around happily and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They dare to attack any target. Therefore, they won't be able to achieve anything and will die early. A jiao dragon will be dormant when it is underage. When it moves, It will be like a hidden dragon rising out of the abyss. Qiu Yuan said. Dragons and snakes are different. So are humans. Qiu Zhen sighed and his gaze fell on Night Sorrow. Qiu Yuan followed Qiu Zhen's gaze and saw Night Sorrow standing there quietly. He understood what Qiu Zhen meant, but he didn't expect Qiu Zhen to have such a high opinion of Night Sorrow. In the next 2.5 days, the group arrived at Danding City. Looking from afar, the towering city walls looked like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. The setting sun shone golden light on the ground. The entire ancient city was covered with a golden veil like a cicada's wings, and covered with a mysterious color. This was Danding City, the largest city within 100,000 miles. Danding City had a long history. No one knew whether it was 1,000 years, 3,000 years, or 10,000 years. After entering, Night Sorrow realized that the city walls were more than 100 feet tall. They were all made of black granite. The city gate was 50 to 60 feet wide and 70 to 80 feet tall. There was a tower at the top. There were guards both inside and outside the city gate. Qiu Zhen handed over the token, and the group entered Danding City smoothly. After entering the city, Qiu Zhen asked everyone to get off the bus and walk. It was also to let the children see Danding City. This city is much bigger than our Red Flame City. It should be called Sky City, a young man said. This is only a small part of the East Black Continent. The outside world is huge. Cities like this can be found everywhere. Qiu Zhen looked at the young man, and then at Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow was very quiet, and didn't seem to have shocked him. Night Sorrow didn't talk much for the past 2 days. He only cultivated, and didn't even go hunting. Qiu Zhen knew that although Night Sorrow didn't show anything, the conflict between him and Qin Hai still had a big impact on him. Qiu Zhen found an inn, and arranged for everyone to stay. Then he arranged for Qiu Yuan to buy 3 wind tigers. Although 2 wind tigers could also drive the carriage, their equipment was too low and they couldn't keep up with the speed. In addition, the wind tigers had a hard time as the steel carriage was too heavy. After staying in the inn, Night Sorrow began to cultivate. He wanted to improve his cultivation as much as possible before the Medicine Valley's apprenticeship ceremony. Although it wasn't obvious that he had reached the 4th level of qi refining, the more profound his cultivation was, the more likely he would be to enter the sect. In another room, Qin Hai and Qin Shan were talking. Brother Hai, don't mind him. With his 3rd level of qi refining, the possibility of him entering the Medicine Valley is very low. If he can't enter the Medicine Valley, you can do whatever you want to him, Qin Shan said with a smile. 6K people. That's right. Not to mention the other cities. The lowest level in our Red Flame City is the 6th level of qi refining. It's almost impossible for him to enter the Medicine Valley. I'll talk to Guard Song later. If he can't enter the Medicine Valley, we'll kill him. Qin Hai's voice was cold. I don't understand why Brother Zhen is so protective of him. He just ate some of his meat. Is it worth it? Qin Shan said with concern. If he wasn't third uncle's son with his cultivation, he would be no different from Night Sorrow. Qin Zhen was the successor of the Qin Mansion, but he wasn't. As for whether Qin Zhen could enter the Medicine Valley, he never doubted it. Qin Aoshuan's master was the elder of the Medicine Valley, which was also Qin Zhen's master. In another room, Qiu Yuan looked at Qiu Zhen and said, Brother, it's very difficult for Night Sorrow to enter the Medicine Valley. He's improved very quickly recently, but his starting point is too low. If he can't do it this year, then next year. I don't think he'll give up. Gold will shine sooner or later. Qiu Zhen took a sip of wine and said with a smile. After a night's rest, the 9 wind tigers continued to drive the 3 beast carriages forward. There was still a distance of 1,000 miles between Danding City and the Medicine Valley. However, this area wasn't a barren area anymore. Someone had already built a road with green rocks. Chapter 10. Night Sorrow was still meditating. Seeing that Night Sorrow was working hard, Qin Zhen also started meditating. They rested for a night. At noon the next day, they arrived at the mountain gate of Medicine Valley, which was also the front mountain of Danding Mountain. 2 stone pillars with a height of 20 to 30 zhang and a diameter of 40 to 50 zhang were engraved with medicinal cauldrons and all kinds of medicinal herbs. They were erected in front of the mountain gate. The top of the stone pillars was connected to each other by a stone tablet. On the tablet, 2 large golden words were engraved: Medicinal Valley. The beast carriages didn't enter the mountain gate, because they weren't disciples of the Medicine Valley, or invited by the Medicine Valley. The beast carriages went down the straight road, and entered a valley. There were thousands of lofts in the valley, just like a small town. This was Grass Valley Town, which was also the resting place for people who came to the Medicine Valley. It was also the place where disciples of the Medicine Valley bought their daily necessities. Qiuzhen found an inn and stayed there, waiting for the apprenticeship ceremony to begin. He couldn't go back yet, because only a few people could enter the Medicine Valley. The others couldn't enter the Medicine Valley, so he still had to send them back. After Qiuzhen arranged a room, Yishang went to meditate and cultivate. Just as Night Sorrow was about to enter a meditative state, someone knocked on the door. Night Sorrow was stunned when he opened the door. He was surprised to see Qinzhen. Qinzhen wasn't far behind Guanxiong and Li Song. "I'm leaving. You have to work hard." Qinzhen looked at Night Sorrow and said. This was the first time Qinzhen communicated with Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow understood. Qinzhen wasn't an ordinary person. Of course, he didn't need to go through the normal route like the others. Night Sorrow was wrong. In fact, Qinzhen wasn't here to become a disciple. Qin Aoshuan arranged for Qinzhen to stay with his master for a year or 2 before attending the apprenticeship ceremony. "I will, and so will you." Night Sorrow nodded. Although the Qinzhen's road was smooth, he was not jealous. He knew that everyone had to walk a different path. Qinzhen took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to Night Sorrow. Seeing that Night Sorrow didn't take them, Qinzhen stepped forward, grabbed Night Sorrow's hand, and stuffed it into Night Sorrow's hand. Then he turned around and left. After greeting Qiuzhen, Qinzhen left the inn with Guanxiong and Li Song, and walked towards the gate of the Medicine Valley. Qinzhen had Qin Aoshuan's handwritten letter and token. The disciples of the Medicine Valley checked it, but Guanxiong and Li Song couldn't. They already knew that they couldn't enter. They only came to escort Qinzhen into the mountain gate. "Uncles, if Night Sorrow doesn't go well, please take care of him when you go back," Qinzhen said to Guanxiong and Li Song as he entered the mountain gate. "Young master, don't worry. If Night Sorrow can't enter the Medicine Valley, we will bring him back." Guanxiong nodded. Seeing that Night Sorrow was taken away by the disciples of the Medicine Valley, Guanxiong and Li Song turned around and left. Once he enters the deep sea, he will be a dragon. With the personality that young master suggested, his future achievements will be limitless. Guanxiong sighed and shook his head. Night Sorrow is also not bad, but his background limits him. Unfortunately, I don't know what he will choose after this. The Qin Manor can make arrangements for him, but his life won't be easy. Li Song was a sensible person. He knew that the other 2 young masters of the Qin clan didn't like Night Sorrow. He also didn't think that Night Sorrow would be able to enter the Medicine Valley. After all, there were too many people who came to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony, and many of them had a higher cultivation than Night Sorrow. If those 2 young masters can also enter the Medicine Valley, Night Sorrow will be much safer in the Qin Manor. Those 2 guys have good strength, but it will be difficult for them to enter the Medicine Valley, Guanxiong said with a smile. He didn't think highly of Qin Hai and Qin Shan. Those 2 young masters were good at eating, drinking, and playing. In the next 2 days, Night Sorrow worked hard to cultivate. Just as Night Sorrow was about to go back to his room after breakfast, there was a commotion in the inn. The people of the Medicine Valley had come to register the people who participated in the apprenticeship ceremony, and gave out number plates. Night Sorrow also made a level and received a number plate. It was a plate with the number 1226. Seeing Night Sorrow's cultivation registered, the disciple of the Medicine Valley who was in charge of registration just smiled, because it was just a formality for him to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony with a cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi refining. Plus N starter. Oh, the disciples of the Medicine Valley had high quality. Although they felt that Night Sorrow had no hope, they still registered Night Sorrow with a smile. This was because even if he failed, it was still an experience. An accomplished person couldn't be measured by the cultivation in front of him. There was a saying that one shouldn't bully a young man because he was poor. After the registration, the disciple of the Medicine Valley left. He also told Knight Sorrow to go to the square of the Medicine Valley to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony 3 days later. Knight Sorrow, that was an elite disciple of the Medicine Valley just now. Tang Tian, who came from the Red Flame City with Knight Sorrow, said, "How do you know that was an elite disciple?" Knight Sorrow asked with a smile. This Tang Tian was the grandson of the Red Sun City's elder, Tang Fengming. Although he came from a big family, Tang Tian didn't have the arrogance and extravagance of Qin Hai and the others. They were wearing white battle robes. Only inner sect disciples can wear white battle robes. In addition, their battle robes had the symbol of a medicinal cauldron. The one leading them was a silver medicinal cauldron. With the symbol of a medicinal cauldron, it means that they are disciples of the elite hall. The silver medicinal cauldron is not simple, but I don't know what level it is. Tang Tian touched his nose and smiled embarrassedly. That's the symbol of entering the Yuan board. Qiu Zhen heard their conversation and said, "Uncle Qiu, what is the Yuan board?" Without waiting for Knight Sorrow to speak, Tang Tian asked anxiously. There are countless disciples in the Medicine Valley. Every level has an outstanding disciple. Those who can be ranked in the top 100 of the elemental gathering stage are disciples of the Yuan board. The silver medicinal cauldron is the symbol. Above the Yuan board is the Dan board, which is the ranking of the disciples of the core condensation stage. The symbol is the golden cauldron. Do you understand now? If you are lucky enough to enter the Medicine Valley, you have to work hard towards this goal and bring glory to our Red Flame City. Qiu Zhen patted Tang Tian's shoulder and said with a smile. Qiu Zhen was more familiar with Tang Tian, because the commander of the Red Flame City Guards was Tang Tian's grandfather, Tang Fengming. Indeed, it's majestic. Tang Tian nodded. He was looking forward to that ranking. Not only is it majestic, the treatment is also different. According to the different levels, the resources that the disciples of the Medicine Valley can get are also different. It's good that the odd job disciples can support their families. Because the Medicine Valley doesn't pay attention to them, such disciples can't be cultivated no matter how much resources they give. Those who can enter the Yuan board have a bright future, so the Medicine Valley will not be stingy with resources. Little Tang Tian, you have to work hard, Qiu Zhen said with a smile. Uncle Qiu, just wait and see. Tang Tian patted his chest and said. Knight Sorrow nodded to Qiu Zhen and went to cultivate. This silly boy, he only knows how to cultivate every day. Isn't he afraid that he will become stupid? Looking at Knight Sorrow's back, Tang Tian whispered. He is different from you. Because of his different background, he has a low starting point, so he works extra hard. Tang Tian, you can't underestimate him. Qiu Zhen smiled at Tang Tian and got up to leave. He walked out of the inn. The Grass Valley was the gateway to the Medicine Valley. In the trading market, there were many good medicinal pills. Qiu Zhen's cultivation also needed medicinal pills. 3 days was a short time. Soon, it was the day of the Medicine Valley's apprenticeship ceremony. Under Qiu Zhen's lead, a group of people came to the mountain gate. Chapter 11. The square was thousands of feet wide. There was a big ring in the middle, and there were more than a dozen chairs behind the ring. Do you see the chairs behind? Those are the seats of the Peak Masters. They might not come, but they must have sent a representative. Qiu Zhen said. In a thatched hut behind the main hall of the North Pole Peak in the Medicine Valley, an old man sat cross-legged, and a young man stood beside him. If Knight Sorrow was here, he would definitely recognize this young man. He was Qin Zhen. Zhener, why don't you practice? The old man opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed. Grandmaster, it's like this. There is a young man who came with me. I am indebted to him. I hope that Grandmaster can help him and keep him in the Medicine Valley. Qin Zhen said after hesitating for a moment. Zhener, the Medicine Valley has its own rules just like you. You are my disciple now, but you are not a disciple of the Medicine Valley. If you want to enter the Medicine Valley, you have to test your ability. The old man looked at Qin Zhen and said. After that he closed his eyes. Zero you most? El Nuem Chapter Section Y. Upper CA $. Qin did not continue speaking. Instead, he went to the side and meditated. The elder was the peak lord of the North Pole Peak. His words were law. Not only Qin, no one in the North Pole Peak dared to refute him. The same applied in the Medicine Valley. Qin meditated, but he couldn't calm down. Okay. I will take you to have a look. If he can't enter the sect, he can only be a handyman. The old man stood up and walked out of the thatched hut, followed by Qin. After leaving the thatched hut, the old man waved his sleeves, and a stream of air wrapped around Qin and walked down the peak. The old man didn't walk on the mountain road, but went straight. The ravines in the valley were like flat ground under his feet. Qin was shocked. This is flying. Even core condensation cultivators can't do it. Only cultivators with golden core cultivation can do it. The mountain gate of the Medicine Valley was 1,000 miles away from the North Pole Peak, but the old man arrived there in a moment's time. The old man arrived at the square and landed in front of the arena. At this moment, only one of the dozen or so seats in front of the arena was empty. The others were all occupied. Seeing the old man, the dozen or so people who were originally sitting on the chairs stood up and bowed respectfully, calling him martial uncle. One of them walked out and bowed before the old man, calling him master. The old man nodded and sat down in front of the North Pole's seat. For martial uncle to come in person, it seems like this year's disciples are blessed. The middle-aged man sitting in the middle cupped his hands towards the old man. Ling Xiao, your cultivation base is getting more and more exquisite. Senior brother's lineage is truly blessed with outstanding talents. The old man nodded at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, Ling Xiao, was the disciple of the Medicine Valley's headmaster. He was also the supervisor of the Medicine Valley's Danding Peak. Who is the supervising elder this time? He's not here yet. Why is he so arrogant? The old man looked at the empty seat and frowned. Junior brother lost track of time while cultivating. I didn't expect third senior brother to come. After the voice sounded, an old man in a black robe appeared in the square. Then in a flash, he appeared in front of the empty seat. Junior brother Lu, it's you? You're the one who came to see the supervising elder this time? The old man was shocked to see the old man in the black robe. Yes, more than 10 years ago, it was my turn to supervise. In the end, I forgot about it while cultivating. So this time, I can't forget about it again. In addition, my Taishan Peak is not very crowded. This time, I have to recruit more people. The old man said and sat down at the same time. Taishan Peak's Peak Master, Heaven shaking hand Yu Yangyu. This is the Medicine Valley's Peak Master. The other one is the North Pole's Peak Master Yin Beibei. He's also a great master. Night Sorrow heard the whispers not far away. Night Sorrow couldn't help but look at Yu Yangyu. Night Sorrow, Medicine Valley is famous for its alchemy, but this Peak Master Lu is famous for his combat strength in the Golden Flame Mountain area. Qiu Zhen's eyes were full of admiration. Ling Xiao cupped his hands to Yan Beibei and Yu Yangyu and announced the official start of the Medicine Valley's apprenticeship ceremony. The first step was to verify the qualifications. There was an old man in Medicine Valley. The first step was to check the bone age and cultivation level. If the bone age was over 18, Medicine Valley wouldn't accept. The teenagers lined up one by one and passed by the old man in Medicine Valley one by one with a sign. The other was to register their cultivation level. After half an hour, it was Night Sorrow's turn. Night Sorrow stretched his arm in front of the old man for him to check. 1126. Bone age 14. The old man reported to a young disciple beside him. 1126. Sorry, your cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. You don't meet the requirements of our apprenticeship ceremony. The male elite disciple in charge of recording said. Why are the rules of this year's apprenticeship ceremony different? Yen Beiji looked at the elite disciple in charge of recording and asked. Yes, Peak Master. The minimum requirement for this year's apprenticeship is the 4th level of qi refining. There are 4 people in the 3rd level of qi refining who have signed up. The elite disciple bowed and said. Yen Beibei glanced at Qin Zhen, who was standing aside, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Young man, work hard. Come again next year. Next one. The elite disciple in charge of recording said to Night Sorrow. Although he rejected Night Sorrow's request, he was still very polite. Can I have a try if the 4th level of chi refining can do it? Can you give me a chance? Night Sorrow was really unwilling to be eliminated just like that. He had traveled thousands of miles from Zhuyuan village to Danding Mountain. Night Sorrow couldn't accept being eliminated just like that. Haha, can you do what the 4th level of chi refining can do? Why don't you give him a chance? Yan Beiji said with a smile. He had noticed the disappointment in Qin Zhen's eyes. He wanted Qin Zhen to focus on his cultivation, and didn't want Night Sorrow to distract Qin Zhen. At this time, Chu Lingxiao looked at Yu Yangyu. It wasn't that he didn't want to give face to Yan Beibei. After all, the supervisor of this apprenticeship ceremony was Yu Yangyu. It's a good temperament for a young man to be unwilling to admit defeat. Is the second test still the same as before? Yu Yangyu asked. Martial uncle, the second test hasn't changed, but the distance has been increased by 5 feet. Now our Medicine Valley wants to recruit the best. We don't have time to train mediocre people bit by bit, Chu Lingxiao said. Then let him have a try. Since he's here, let's give him a fair chance. Yu Yangyu nodded and said, while looking at Night Sorrow. As Chu Lingxiao waved his hand, several disciples of the Medicine Valley appeared, and carried a stone wall that was 10 feet high. In addition, a disciple brought a steel pillar with a human arm. Chu Lingxiao walked out and took the steel pillar from the disciple's hand. He walked to the arena and leaped into the air. With a loud shout, he swung his arms and inserted the steel pillar into the black rock ground. The elite disciple measured the distance and placed the stone wall in place. Chapter 12. The testing pillar was about 2.5 feet away from the testing stone. Even an average 4th layer chi refinement cultivator might not be able to strike the testing pillar, which was made of fine steel, until it touched the testing stone. This was also the reason why the Medicine Valley had increased the cultivation level threshold. Can I take a look before I hit it? Night Sorrow asked. Sure, let me know if you want to hit it. Chu Lingxiao wasn't too harsh on Night Sorrow. Looking at Night Sorrow's clothes, he knew that Night Sorrow came from a poor family. Night Sorrow walked onto the stage. First, he measured the position of the testing stone and the height of the pillar. Then he lightly punched the pillar. He wanted to know how flexible it was. After the test, Night Sorrow retreated to the edge of the stage and bowed to Chu Lingxiao. I'm ready. Young man, this is your only chance. If it doesn't work, then don't blame anyone else. Chu Lingxiao sat down. He didn't have much hope for Night Sorrow. After retreating 6 or 7 steps, Night Sorrow took the black iron spear off his back. He rubbed it against the ground and put it down. This was the first time he didn't use the black iron spear in a fight. Taking a deep breath, Night Sorrow charged forward. He took 5 steps and jumped up. He punched a third of the testing golden pillar. The testing golden pillar was 5 feet tall. If one wanted to shake it, it would not be possible to hit the bottom or the tip. Only by exerting force on this part and triggering the elasticity could one hit the testing golden pillar. Buzz. The testing pillar bent in the middle, and then bounced back, knocking Night Sorrow back. At the same time, the top half of the pillar flew forward. Bang! The pillar hit the testing stone, making a crisp sound. The testing stone was knocked back 4 or 5 feet. Back off! Chu Lingxiao roared from his chair. Because Night Sorrow was too close to the testing pillar, it was easy for him to be shaken. Before Chu Lingxiao yelled, Night Sorrow sensed the danger. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and jumped up. He rolled twice and left the place. However, the golden test pillar wasn't that flexible. It didn't hit Night Sorrow's position. It missed him by a little. Not bad. Yan Beibei stroked his beard and nodded. Did I pass? Night Sorrow ignored his bleeding right hand and asked Chu Lingxiao. It's over. Someone come help him bandage it. Seeing Night Sorrow's bleeding right hand, Chu Lingxiao's eyes twitched. He's smart and brave. Most importantly, he's ruthless to himself. It's very difficult for a little guy from an aristocratic family to achieve this. Yan Beiji nodded as he looked at Night Sorrow, who was left behind by the disciples of the Medicine Valley to bandage his wounds. Our only chance is to cut off all means of retreat. Yu Yangyu said, his face expressionless. I just don't know if he can pass the third and fourth test. Chu Lingxiao glanced at Yan Beibei and Yu Yangyu, then signaled for the test to continue. Qiu Zhen, Qiu Yuan, and the other guards were very excited. Knight Sorrow didn't just pass the test, he even passed the second test. He was the pride of Red Flame City. Qin Hai snorted coldly in the crowd waiting to be tested. He was a bit angry that Yi Shang was in the limelight. If anyone wanted to be in the limelight, it should be him. He was in the 8th level of Qi refining. Among the youths in Red Flame City, his cultivation was the highest. Not to mention Red Flame City. Even among all the youths who had come to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony, the 8th level of Qi refining was the highest. 2 hours later, all the youths participating in the apprenticeship ceremony were finally tested. The Medicine Valley had also given the other youths at the 3rd level of Qi refining a chance, but none of them were allowed to hit the touchstone. The second test was the test of the Golden Test Pillar. The Medicine Valley didn't want those who had cultivation, but didn't have enough control over their strength. Knight Sorrow skipped this procedure and directly waited for the third test. At this time, the youths who sneered at Knight Sorrow's performance knew that it was not easy for Knight Sorrow to do that. 9 out of 10 youths in the 4th level of Qi refining were eliminated, and almost half of those in the 5th level of Qi refining were not able to pass. Punching the Golden Test Pillar wasn't just a test of strength, it was also a test of one's strength. It was very difficult to exert one's full strength if one was afraid of getting hurt. After the second test, there were only about 400 people left. Most of them were eliminated. This included Qin Shan. Qin Hai passed. After all, his cultivation was the best among the group of youths. Today's test ends here. Those who participated in the second test can go over there and get a bottle of bone healing ointment. Even if your bones are broken, you can recover in half a month. Chu Lingxiao stood up and announced the end of the test. Knight Sorrow left the arena area and returned to Qiu Zhen and Qiu Yuan's side. Not bad, you're really good. Is your hand alright? Qiu Yuan patted Knight Sorrow's shoulder hard. It's fine. It's just a superficial wound. Knight Sorrow smiled and said, Okay, go back and have a good rest. There are 2 more tests tomorrow. I hope you can pass smoothly. Qiu Zhen activated Knight Sorrow and said. Qin Hai snorted and took 2 steps forward. He was 1 step ahead of the group and returned to the grass valley. Don't mind him. He's just like that. Aya hiss. Tang Tian patted Knight Sorrow's shoulder and said. After the pat, Tang Tian grimaced and took a deep breath because his right hand was still wrapped in gauze. Show off. Qin Shan, who was still in the group, spat out 2 words with a cold face. Alright, no matter what, you all came from Red Flame City. Harmony is the most important thing. Qiu Zhen saw that Qin Shan was about to say something, so he immediately stopped him. After returning to the inn in the grass valley, Knight Sorrow ate a vitality nurturing pill and began to cultivate. In the thatched hut in the North Pole, Yan Beiji was drinking tea while Qin Zhen was standing beside him. You're saying that the kid was only at Qi refinement level 2 not long ago? Yan Beiji looked at Qin Zhen and asked. Yes, I heard that he came from the mountains near Morning Star City. According to my 2 family guards, Knight Sorrow did not have any cultivation when they saw Knight Sorrow, Qin Zhen said. He knew that the next 2 tests would be difficult. If he mentioned Knight Sorrow's strengths, perhaps Yan Beiji could make an exception and allow Knight Sorrow to stay in the North Pole. I know what you mean. If it was in the past, it would be fine. But now, even if I wanted to make an exception, it would be difficult. This time, the supervising elder is not easy to talk to. If he can't pass the test, he can only stay as a servant, Yan Beiji said. Qin Zhen did not say anything. He did not have much contact with Knight Sorrow, but he also understood Knight Sorrow's character. Knight Sorrow would never be a servant. After cultivating for a night, Knight Sorrow took a bath and tidied up. Then he went to the dining room to eat with Qiu Zhen and the others. Knight Sorrow, do you know about the 3rd and 4th tests of the Medicine Valley's test? Qiu Zhen, who had finished eating, put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked. I don't know. Captain Qiu, please enlighten me. Knight Sorrow's eyes lit up. If he knew in advance, he would have a better chance. I know what you're thinking. In fact, there's no difference whether you know or not. The third test of endurance is to run around the mountain gate's bluestone peak for 8 hours. Those who can't endure it will be eliminated. Those who can't complete the laps will be eliminated. The key to this test is to distribute your stamina and endurance reasonably, Qiuzhen said. TC7 only OL genuine OT. He is all Z/Pirate, X edition. 1 lap is 25 miles and 15 laps pass. That is to say, you have to run 4 laps in 2 hours, which is around 100 miles. Tang Tian said. He knew the content of the test and so did many people. Chapter 13. 1 lap is 25 miles, and you have to pass after 15 laps. That means you have to run 4 laps in 2 hours, which is around 100 miles, Tang Tian said. He knew the content of the test, as did many people. Yi Shang calculated for a moment. He had to run about 400 miles in 8 hours. The difficulty was indeed not low. The furthest he could go in a day in the mountains was about 600 miles. However, that was in the wilderness, so the difficulty was slightly higher. If you can't do it, give up early. Don't be disgraced by being eliminated. Qin Hai said sarcastically. Can you stop? Disgraced? Isn't your Qin family disgraced enough? Qin Shan didn't get eliminated? Hearing Qin Hai's words, Tang Tian pointed at Qin Shan and roared. He could not hold it in any longer. Qin Hai had been going overboard recently. Scolding me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you can't do it, find a place to try. Being scolded by Tang Tian, Qin Hai could not hold it in anymore. He did not expect Tang Tian to not care about the Qin family's reputation. You mean I'm afraid of you? What a joke. Tell me the time and place. Tang Tian did not give in. All right, don't be afraid of being laughed at by others. Qiuzhen stopped him. Thank you, Captain Xiao. Tell me about the 4th stage. Knight Sorrow cupped his hands towards Tang Tian. He knew Tang Tian was standing up for him. The 4th stage is the test of willpower. Climb the pill tripod cliff. Let me tell you about it. Qiuzhen sighed. As the 4th stage was difficult, Knight Sorrow did not stand a chance. The pill tripod cliff was a special place in the Medicine Valley. At the top was the place where the Medicine Valley's spiritual weapon, the 8-Dragon Cauldron, was located. It was the protective spiritual weapon of the founder of the Medicine Valley. All these years, the 8-Dragon Cauldron had been placed at the top of the pill tripod cliff. It was also the core of the Medicine Valley's mountain protection array. It was guarded by a few great elders of the Medicine Valley. The 8-Dragon Cauldron had already gained intelligence. In the Medicine Valley, only a few great elders could activate it, and activate the mountain protection array. Usually no one could get close to it, not even the Medicine Valley's master. The 8-Dragon Cauldron was a spiritual artifact. It was constantly releasing pressure. Climbing the pill tripod cliff meant facing the suppression of the 8-Dragon Cauldron. This was a test of one's willpower. Danding Cliff is not only a place for the entrance examination. The disciples of the Medicine Valley's Yuan Roll and Elixir Roll often climb the cliff to train themselves, said the elite disciple of the Medicine Valley who had just entered the inn. The disciples of the Medicine Valley informed everyone to go to the square of the mountain gate for today's assessment. Knight Sorrow was the last to walk. He knew that today's test would be difficult, but he still had to persevere. Young man, if you can't do it this year, go and cultivate again. You'll succeed sooner or later. A disciple of the Medicine Valley said to Knight Sorrow with a smile. Everyone had seen Knight Sorrow's performance the day before. Even a disciple in the 5th level of Qi refining was not as outstanding as him. I will do my best. Knight Sorrow nodded. The elite disciples of the Medicine Valley nodded with a smile. Knight Sorrow knew that the elite disciple had misunderstood him. When he said to do his best, he meant to do his best to participate in the assessment, not to work hard after failing the assessment. The group of people arrived at the square of the mountain gate of the Medicine Valley. Today, the number of people at the square of the mountain gate of the Medicine Valley did not decrease because many people had been eliminated. The square was still crowded. There were also 400 people who were qualified to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony, who walked to the front of the arena. Chu Lingxiao stood up from his seat, and arrange for the law enforcement disciples of the Medicine Valley to go to the Bluestone Peak. They were to supervise the third round of the assessment. If anyone cheated, they had to be stopped. If anyone did not have the stamina to keep up, they would be eliminated. After the elite disciples of the Medicine Valley arrived, Chu Lingxiao nodded at a disciple of the Medicine Valley, who was standing in front of the arena. The disciple's white robe was embroidered with a silver cauldron. This was the disciple of the Yuan Roll of the Medicine Valley. The disciple of the Yuan Roll of the Medicine Valley stood in the arena. I am Qiming. If you can enter the Medicinal Valley, then I will be your senior brother. Let me congratulate all my junior brothers and sisters first. Next up is the third stage of the assessment. You have seen the Bluestone Peak beside the plaza. The third stage is a test of endurance. You have to run around the Bluestone Peak for 8 hours and pass 16 laps. If you can't endure it, then you can withdraw. Also, remember that it is based on merit. Qiming stood on the arena and announced the official start of the third stage of the assessment. As soon as the rules were announced, many people whispered. In the previous years, it was 15 laps. This year, it was 16 laps. The difficulty had increased. The remaining candidates entered the mountain path under the guidance of the law enforcement disciples of the Medicine Valley. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor. Naibo Studio. As Chu Lingxiao waved his arm, the group of people began to run. Night Sorrow didn't want to be eliminated, so he rushed out. He was as fast as a leopard and soon caught up with the 8th level of Qi refinement, which was the first line of the top candidates. When he saw Night Sorrow coming up, Qin Hai snorted and sped up. Night Sorrow, don't be impatient. Distribute your energy reasonably. Tang Tian shouted at Night Sorrow as he rushed forward. He was not willing to let Qin Hai be in the limelight and run in front. Don't worry. Night Sorrow didn't slow down. He rushed forward like a leopard. This kind of running was nothing to him. When Night Sorrow was hunting, he chased after a storm leopard. After chasing it for half a day, he finally killed it. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, those who ran fast finished the first lap. At this time, everyone's stamina was high and their speed was fast. It was difficult to maintain this speed later on. The youths participating in this year's assessment are not bad. Chu Lingxiao looked at Yan Beibei and Yu Yangyu and said with a smile, "That's only for now. The fourth stage is the best place to see one's potential." Lu Yangyu said as he watched the rapidly running crowd. "That little guy is running at full speed. It's not wise to run like this." Yan Beiji stroked his beard and said when he saw Night Sorrow's figure. At this time, Night Sorrow was not in the first line. He should be in the middle of the first and second lines. The main reason was that the first line was too fast. Even if Night Sorrow ran at full speed, he still couldn't catch up. Night Sorrow understood that this was because the members of the first line were not running at full speed. Fighting spirit was fighting spirit. No one would run at full speed because it would consume their stamina quickly. At this time, Night Sorrow was running at full speed. He didn't want to be left behind. It would be difficult to catch up. As for stamina, Night Sorrow was not worried. He was good at running long distances. The running continued. The 400 people were running in a mighty manner. The distance between them was not pulled apart. The people in front were conserving their strength while the people behind were desperately trying to catch up. After 2 hours, the fastest person had finished 6 laps. Night Sorrow had finished 5 laps. The main reason was that the people in front were too fast. Night Sorrow couldn't catch up with them even if he ran at full speed. Night Sorrow was currently in the middle. After 2 laps, the people behind him started to exert their strength. Qinzhen, who was standing behind Yan Beibei, was more anxious. The remaining candidates were too strong. Most of them were at least at the 5th stage of Qi refining. Night Sorrow's 3rd stage of Qi refining was too low. Everyone could see that Night Sorrow was running at full speed. He could barely keep up with everyone's pace. However, running at full speed consumed a lot of stamina. It was very difficult to keep up. The assessment continued, but many people's eyes were fixed on Night Sorrow. Chapter 14. Many people were wondering how long Night Sorrow could last. For hours had passed, and the fastest person had already completed 12 laps. Night Sorrow had completed 10 laps, but he was still in the middle. This little guy is a good seedling. It's just that his cultivation is too low. If he can't do it this year, he'll definitely be able to do it in a year or two. Chu Lingzhao's evaluation of Night Sorrow had also increased. Night Sorrow's forehead was also sweating. He knew that even if he could complete 16 laps, he would still end up at the bottom and be eliminated by the survival of the fittest rule. Once again, Night Sorrow reached the starting point. He pulled out the black iron spear from his back, and with a wave of his arm, he shot the spear into the rocks and then sped up. He can still speed up? Yan Bei stood up. Yu Yangyu's eyes were also shining. He's not being rational. He's too eager to win. Chu Lingxiao sighed. There were still 4 hours left. If he used up too much energy, he wouldn't be able to finish in 2 hours. Night Sorrow sped up, overtaking the other participants one by one. Some of the participants were unwilling to give up, but they didn't dare to run at full speed. Night Sorrow's ranking in the group was also getting higher and higher. He was slowly approaching the second group. 6 hours passed, and the first group had already completed 16 laps. Night Sorrow was between the first and second group, but it would be difficult for him to catch up to the first group. Although everyone's stamina was greatly depleted at this time, the members of the first echelon were still in the 8th and 7th stage of chi refining after all. Night Sorrow had also completed more than 15 laps, but at this time some of the youths participating in the test had already withdrawn. 6 hours of high-intensity running had already exhausted their physical strength. If this time's test takes in disciples who meet the requirements, then Night Sorrow will pass. However, the Great Elder's opinion is that it's better to go without than to accept substandard disciples. They only want the top 1/3 of the participants. Chu Lingxiao said. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, then how many people will there be in the 4th stage? 100? Yan Bei frowned. I won't hide it from Martial Uncle. This time, we only want 30 disciples. If they don't meet the requirements, then we won't even accept a single one. Chu Lingxiao said. That's right. What's the use of recruiting trash? It's a waste of resources. Yu Yangyu said. Night Sorrow quickly completed 16 laps. Good luck, Night Sorrow. Don't give up before 8 hours. It's not about meeting the requirements, it's about choosing the best to advance. Qin Zhen shouted when Night Sorrow reached the starting point of the track. This was the second time Qin Zhen had spoken to Night Sorrow. Ah. Ah. Waving his arms at Qin Zhen, Night Sorrow let out a beast-like growl, and continued to run without slowing down. Chu Lingxiao and Yu Yangyu glanced at Qin Zhen. They didn't understand where Qin Zhen had come from. He was obviously not a disciple of the Medicine Valley. This is the child of my disciple, Qin Aoshuan. Aoshuan saw that there was no one around to serve me, so he sent him to bring me some tea. Yan Bei said with a smile. Chu Lingxiao and Yu Yangyu didn't say anything else. Although it wasn't appropriate for Qin Zhen to speak at this time, since Yan Bei had spoken, they had to give him face. Night Sorrow slowly approached the first group. On the 17th lap, Night Sorrow approached the first group. Just as Night Sorrow approached, a figure suddenly flashed in the first group. The figure kicked Night Sorrow's waist and sent Night Sorrow to the ground. Qin Hai. The person who attacked Night Sorrow was Qin Hai. When he saw Night Sorrow approaching the first group, Qin Hai was very angry. What right did a level 3 chi refining have to approach the first group? Passing the assessment in the first group was a sure thing. Night Sorrow fell to the ground, causing a commotion in the crowd. There were too many people who came to watch the Medicine Valley's disciple recruitment ceremony. Many of them came from poor backgrounds, and Night Sorrow was their representative. Now that Night Sorrow was attacked, this group of people became angry and demanded that Qin Hai be punished. Everyone, please calm down. The assessment didn't say that attacking is not allowed. However, if you attack someone else, you will be eliminated. Chu Lingxiao stood up and stopped the commotion. At the same time, he also announced the new rules. The new rules were immediately passed down by the Medicine Valley's law enforcement disciples to Green Rock Peak. At the same time, Night Sorrow also stood up. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Qin Hai's kick was very heavy. After standing up, Night Sorrow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and continued running. His internal organs are injured, but he still doesn't give up. Senior Chu, he has already finished 17 laps. Why don't we let him come down and treat his injuries? If he continues like this, he will suffer from internal injuries. A man sitting beside Chu Lingxiao stood up. Martial uncles, what do you think? Seeing that Night Sorrow's body was a little shaky, Chu Lingxiao's heart was also shaken. The rules are the rules. Compared to a little internal injury, the result I want is more important to him. Yu Yangyu said. There was no trace of emotion in his words. After running for a while, Night Sorrow's shaky body stabilized and his speed gradually increased. However, blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face became pale. Time slipped away bit by bit. The 8 hours were getting closer and closer. The speed of the first group slowed down. At this time, no one could withstand the consumption of energy. In the past 2 hours, they had only run a little more than 2 laps. Due to his injuries, Night Sorrow could only follow behind the first group. It was true that he couldn't catch up. With the sound of a bronze bell, the third trial ended. Night Sorrow finished 19 laps like the first group, but his time was a little slower. When he arrived at the starting point, Night Sorrow took back his black iron spear and slowly walked towards the arena. How was it? It didn't feel good, right? Seeing Night Sorrow walk over, Qin Hai, who had arrived at the arena ahead of time, sneered. He was in the first group and would definitely be able to advance, so his mood was particularly good. The main reason was because he had ruined Night Sorrow's results. Night Sorrow didn't say anything. He silently walked past Qin Hai's group. After walking 3 or 4 steps, Night Sorrow fiercely turned his head. His eyes were like a fierce beast pouncing on its prey. His black iron spear swept towards Qin Hai's neck. Night Sorrow really couldn't suppress his anger, and he didn't want to continue suppressing it. This Qin Hai was going too far. If you gave him an inch, he would endlessly take a mile. To deal with this kind of person, you had to beat him to death with a stick and not give him a chance to jump. As for the consequences, Night Sorrow didn't want to think about it. If he endured without a bottom line because he was afraid of the consequences, then there were many people like Qin Hai. Today, Qin Hai could kick him, but tomorrow, someone would slap him in the face. Night Sorrow's spear was very sudden. Not to mention Qin Hai, even the top management of the Medicine Valley sitting in the chairs in front of the arena didn't expect it. When Night Sorrow's black iron spear was in front of him, Qin Hai reacted. He twisted his neck to let go of his throat, but his right shoulder fell under the blade of the black iron spear. Qin Hai's face changed greatly. At this time, it was too late to retreat. In order to avoid being split in half by Night Sorrow's spear, he rushed forward to avoid the blade of the black iron spear, so that the spear wouldn't hit his collarbone. Crack. With a crisp sound, Qin Hai's shoulder and collarbone were smashed by Night Sorrow's black iron spear. His body went soft, and he was smashed to kneel on the ground by the spear. Night Sorrow took a step forward and kicked Qin Hai's dantian in his abdomen, sending Qin Hai flying. After kicking Qin Hai, Night Sorrow's body flashed, and the black iron spear continued to stab towards Qin Hai's neck. Since he had made a move, Night Sorrow didn't intend to leave any future trouble. Chapter 15. Why? Night Sorrow looked at enlightenment coldly. He knew that it would be difficult to kill Qin Hai today. If he failed to catch him off guard, it would be difficult for the Medicine Valley to intervene. During the apprenticeship ceremony of the Medicine Valley, no one is allowed to fight. Enlightenment said. No fighting? Then how did I get these footprints? Night Sorrow held the spear in his right hand, and pointed at the footprints on his waist with his left hand. That was an accident. We didn't have time to stop it. You can't fight now. There are so many people watching. You can't violate the rules of the Medicine Valley. Enlightenment let go of the black iron spear in his right hand and explained. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that it was useless to insist. If he wanted to enter the Medicine Valley, he had to follow the rules of the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow, I'm not done with you. Qin Hai stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Night Sorrow fiercely. Night Sorrow's cultivation was low. He didn't break Qin Hai's dantian, but he suffered a heavy blow. His collarbone was broken, and the true qi in his dantian was unstable. He had almost no chance of passing the fourth test. Whatever. Remember, don't give me a chance. Night Sorrow returned to the line. Uncles, this young man is a bit extreme. Should we strip him of his qualification? A man in a blue robe sitting on a chair said. He was Lu Jing, the disciple of Yuan Tai, the master of Wangyan Peak. He was the representative of Wangyan Peak this time. Junior brother Lu Jing, it's not appropriate for you to judge him like that. Are you going to accept it silently after being kicked and pretend that nothing happened? A disciple like that has no future. His behavior is a bit excessive, but it's also his true nature. Chu Lingxiao didn't wait for Yan Beibei and Yu Yangyu to speak. He admired Night Sorrow very much. After the 3 tests, he had seen Night Sorrow's performance. In the second test he was fierce. He was willing to hurt his arm to finish the test. In the third test he was extremely flexible. He kept up with the first group with the cultivation of the 3rd level of qi refining. This was not only a matter of endurance, but also a performance of perseverance and character. Overboard? Yu Yangyu, who had been silent all this while, glanced at Lu Jing and said, "Revenge is a dish best served cold. If he had the chance he should have done it. It's a pity that he didn't succeed." Lu Jing saluted Yu Yangyu and Yan Beiji, who still hadn't gotten up. Then he sat down. Even his master, Yuan Tai, the peak master of Wangyan Peak, had to give face to Yu Yangyu. Yu Yangyu was a powerful figure in the Medicine Valley. Even the Valley Master had to give way to him. Chu Lingxiao stood up and announced the people who had passed the exam. Night Sorrow was among them, and he was the last person to pass. It could be said that only the first group of people had passed, while the rest had all been eliminated. Uncle Masters, it's getting late. There are still 2 people who are injured. Should we let them rest for the night and continue tomorrow? As he spoke, he looked at Yishang. He was very optimistic about Yishang's chances. He didn't want Yishang to enter the 4th stage with his injuries. That would affect his condition. As for Qin Hai, he really didn't like him. Update. New _ soonest 7% S. You can make the arrangements for this. Yu Yangyu closed his eyes after he finished speaking. It was as if the disciple recruitment ceremony had nothing to do with him. Uncle Master Yan, what do you think? Chu Lingxiao looked at Yan Beiji. That's good. The remaining people are all good seedlings. I'll send people to patrol the Grass Valley. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. Yan Beiji stood up and said his opinion. Then he left with Qin Jun. After Yan Beiji left, Chu Lingxiao stood up and announced that the exam would be held tomorrow. At the same time, he threw a bottle of pills to Enlightenment. Give each of them 1 pill. Also, take the law enforcement team to patrol the Grass Valley today. I don't want to see anything that will affect tomorrow's exam. Without looking at anyone, Yu Yangyu stood up and left. Qiming came to the front of the stage and gave one of the pills in his hand to Qin Hai. Then he gave the bottle to Yichang. Go back and treat your injuries well. Don't delay tomorrow's exam. Whether you're a dragon or a worm depends on tomorrow's final exam. Also, I want to emphasize that if you have any grudges, you must put them down. If you cause trouble, it means that you don't give Enlightenment any face. Then I won't be polite. Also, whether you're here to watch the ceremony or have ulterior motives, don't cross this line. Enlightenment said to the crowd. Night Sorrow opened the pill bottle and saw that there were still 3 pills inside. He cupped his hands to Enlightenment. He could feel Enlightenment's kindness. Yes, this is a meridian clearing pill. Take one and your injuries should be fine. This is a good healing pill. I really want to deduct some from you. Enlightenment said to Night Sorrow with a smile. Thank you. Night Sorrow expressed his gratitude again. He heard Chu Lingxiao's words. He wanted Enlightenment to give him and Qin Hai 1 pill each. It was reasonable for Enlightenment to keep the 2 extra pills. However, Enlightenment didn't do that. It was very generous of him. Tomorrow's exam will be more difficult. Strength is one thing, but there are other aspects that will be tested. Remember, you must persevere. Don't be afraid of getting injured. The Medicine Valley will be responsible for the disciples taking the exam, Enlightenment said to Night Sorrow when he saw that the examinees had left with the Medicine Valley's law enforcement team. I will. Night Sorrow nodded. Night Sorrow understood this point. The Medicine Valley would give out pills to those who were injured in the exam. Enlightenment brought Night Sorrow back to the tavern in the Grass Valley. Enlightenment stopped not far from the tavern. It could be said that he had sent Night Sorrow to the tavern. After returning to his residence, he greeted Qiuzhen and Tang Tian. Night Sorrow took the meridian-clearing pill and began to adjust his breathing. He had to adjust his condition to the best state. Tomorrow was the most crucial stage. While Night Sorrow was adjusting his breathing, someone came to the tavern. It was a disciple of the Medicine Valley. This disciple of the Medicine Valley wore a white robe with a silver symbol of a medicine cauldron on his cuffs. Seeing this person, Qin Shan, who had just bandaged Qin Hai's collarbone and came out to get some fresh air, was very excited. He went up to greet him. Elder cousin. Yes, bring me to see little Hai. The man nodded and waved at Qin Shan. In Qin Hai's room, the man checked Qin Hai's injuries. His face turned cold. What a ruthless method. This man was Qin Hai's elder brother, Qin Zhan. He had entered the Medicine Valley 6 years ago, and was now an elite disciple. He also had a place on the Yuan ranking. After arriving at the Medicine Valley, Qin Hai sent a letter to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan had just returned from a sect mission today. He didn't see the conflict between Qin Hai and Night Sorrow. Elder brother, you have to avenge me. Qin Hai gritted his teeth and said. Touching you is like slapping my face. No matter who it is, I won't let them go. Where is he? Qin Zhan stood up and said. He is in the tavern. Before Qin Hai could speak, Qin Shan spoke. Qin Zhan led Qin Hai and Qin Shan out of the room. Under Qin Shan's lead, they walked towards Night Sorrow's room. Junior brother Qin, what's the matter? At this moment, enlightenment appeared. Chapter 16. There were 3 people from Red Flame City who were qualified for the 4th round of the assessment. He needed to pay attention to them. In addition, Night Sorrow and Qin Hai had a conflict. Yes, senior brother Qi. These 2 are my younger brothers. This is my blood brother. Qin Zhan pointed at Qin Hai and said. He is junior brother Qin's younger brother. There was an accident today. Enlightenment said with a smile. Now you understand. Senior brother Qi, I know you are the captain of the enforcement team, but don't stop me. Qin Zhan looked at Night Sorrow's room and said. It's good that you understand. During the recruitment ceremony, Grass Valley Town is not allowed to have conflicts. The smile on Enlightenment's face disappeared. He knew that Qin Zhan's arrival was not a good thing. Now that he knew that Qin Zhan was Qin Hai's brother, he immediately understood. Are you going against me? Are you going against our Tianyua Peak? Qin Zhan looked at Enlightenment and said. Against me? Not really. You don't need to use Tianyua Peak to pressure me. Today, I am here so you don't need to think about some things. Hearing Qin Zhan's words, the smile on Enlightenment's face disappeared. Today, I won't fight you. If I want to kill someone, can you stop me? Qin Zhan sneered. When these words came out, the people who came out to watch the show understood. Qin Zhan's strength was not as good as Enlightenment's, but if Qin Zhan didn't fight against Enlightenment and wanted to kill Night Sorrow, then Enlightenment would have a hard time stopping him. Qin Zhan, you should know that this is Martial Uncle Chu's order. Are you going to defy the sex order? Enlightenment took a deep breath and said. Did Martial Uncle Chu give this order? I don't know. When the time comes, I will explain to Martial Uncle Chu. My master and senior brother will also explain to Martial Uncle Chu. Qin Zhan clearly didn't want to give up, and even brought out his master. The conversation between Qin Zhan and Enlightenment woke up Night Sorrow from his meditation. He opened the door and came to the door. Big brother, it's him. Seeing Yishang appear, Qin Shan pointed at Yishang and shouted obsequiously. Qin Zhan, I might not be able to stop you, but you have neglected one thing. I am the captain of the enforcement team, but I am not the strongest person in the enforcement team. In order to prevent people from other sects from causing trouble, The sect has arranged several special existences for the enforcement team. If you insist on making a move today, I don't mind having bad consequences. The Enlightenment relaxed and took out a token. At this time, the other members of the enforcement team also appeared in the inn. Seeing this situation, Qin Zhan narrowed his eyes and looked at Night Sorrow, but he didn't dare to move. He could see that the Enlightenment was going against him today. It would be difficult, almost impossible, to touch Night Sorrow. Enlightenment, it won't do you any good to go against me. Qin Zhan narrowed his eyes and looked at Night Sorrow. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't say these useless things. If you weren't Lin Tianjue's junior brother, how many people in the Medicine Valley would know you? You are not qualified to scare me. Get lost. The Enlightenment directly roared at the end. Qin Zhan's face turned livid. He pointed at the Enlightenment and turned to leave. The Enlightenment didn't give him any face and directly slapped him in the face. After Qin Zhan left, Qin Hai and Qin Shan returned to their rooms with their tails between their legs. Thank you, Captain Enlightenment. Night Sorrow cupped his hands to the Enlightenment. He knew that the conflict between the Enlightenment and Qin Zhan was all because of him. This guy is too arrogant. Just because his senior brother is a little stronger, he swaggered around. It's very annoying. The Enlightenment said with a smile. His senior brother is Lin Tianjue? Night Sorrow asked. Yes, he is the leader of the younger generation in the Medicine Valley. He is extremely protective. Alright, let's not talk about this. You should hurry up and heal your injuries. It won't be easy to pass the 4th test tomorrow. The Enlightenment nodded to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow cupped his hands to the Enlightenment again, and turned to enter his room. Night Sorrow understood that although the Medicine Valley looked peaceful, there were also open struggles and veiled struggles inside. In another room of the inn, Qiu Zhen, Qiu Yuan, and Tang Tian were drinking wine. Uncle Qiu, what's wrong with the Qin family? Why are there so many trash? Tang Tian drank a mouthful of wine and said with some anger. I can't say for sure. However, Qin Hai and Qin Shan aren't very promising. Qin Zhan's character is too arrogant. Qiu Zhen nodded and said. After a night, Night Sorrow came out of his room. His face was rosy and he didn't seem to have any internal injuries. On the other hand, Qin Hai lifted one of his arms unnaturally and his face was very pale. Night Sorrow, how's your recovery? Tang Tian walked to Night Sorrow and asked. I'm almost recovered. Night Sorrow shook his neck and said. That medicinal pill is really good. Tang Tian patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said with a smile. Night Sorrow nodded. There were some things that he didn't say. The effect of the meridian clearing pill was very strong. However, being able to recover overnight was also related to his physique. When he was 5 to 7 years old, Father Gu would bathe him with medicinal herbs every half a month. The prescription was passed down from generation to generation in Bamboo Garden Village. All the children at his age had to bathe in it. The effect was to strengthen the body. A good hunter couldn't do without a good body. The effect of the bath was very obvious. When bitten by wild beasts, the bleeding would only last for a while and would stop in a moment. Even if the muscles and bones were injured, they would recover very quickly. After eating, Night Sorrow and the rest followed the Medicine Valley's law enforcement team to the square. Night Sorrow, Tang Tian and Qin Hai walked to the front of the square's arena. At this time, there weren't many people in front of the arena. There were less than 100 people. At this time, Night Sorrow also saw Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan was standing behind a blue-robed man. Night Sorrow knew that the blue-robed man should be the representative of Tianyue Peak. Chu Ling Xiao stood up. He first congratulated the 100 people for passing the 3rd round, and then announced the start of the 4th round. At this time, a few black condors came to the square. There were law enforcement disciples on them. Under the arrangement of the law enforcement disciples, the participants all got on the black condors and flew towards the east. Night Sorrow also saw that Yu Yangyu, Yen Beibei, Chu Ling Xiao and the rest all had their own flying tamed beasts. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After flying for a quarter of an hour, a towering mountain peak appeared. The group flew to the side of the mountain peak. On the side of the mountain was a knife-like cliff. On the side of the cliff, there were 3 big words, Danding Cliff. Knight Sorrow and the rest got off the black condors. At this time, Knight Sorrow understood why there was no one in the square of the mountain gate. It turned out that all the spectators had arrived here. Knight Sorrow calculated. With the speed of the black condors, flying for half a quarter of an hour was already very far. It was really not easy for these people to arrive here. After glancing at the crowd, Knight Sorrow went to see Danding Cliff. Danding Cliff was not difficult to climb up. The front of Danding Cliff was densely packed with protruding stones. It was not difficult to climb up by grabbing the stones. In the middle of the stones, there were stone platforms, which seemed to be used for resting. Looking up, Knight Sorrow could not see how high Danding Cliff was and how many such platforms there were. This is the place of the 4th round of assessment, Danding Cliff. Next, you will climb up. This is not only an assessment, but also a training for you. The passing standard is 3,000 meters. If you can't reach 3,000 meters, the Medicine Valley will not accept anyone this year. After reaching 3,000 meters, we will accept 30 people according to the height you climb. Chu Lingxiao said. Chapter 17. Knight Sorrow looked up at the Danding Cliff that pierced through the clouds. He knew that the success or failure of this trip to the Medicine Valley depended on this. Qin Hai's expression turned ugly. After taking the meridian-clearing elixir and recuperating for a night, the internal injury from Yi Shang's kick had almost recovered. However, his collarbone was broken, so he couldn't continue climbing Danding Cliff. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Hai walked out of the crowd and arrived in front of Chu Lingxiao. Because this junior was ambushed and injured, I am unable to participate in the assessment. I ask that senior be lenient and allow this junior to remain in the Medicine Valley. That's against the rules. Chu Lingxiao shook his head. Senior brother Chu, it's against the rules for him to stay as a disciple of the Medicine Valley. However, he has passed the 3 tests, so he has a good aptitude. Our Tianyue Peak needs some servants, so it's more appropriate for him to be a servant there and attend the disciple recruitment ceremony next year. The representative of Tianyue Peak said. He can be a servant if he doesn't become a disciple of the Medicine Valley. Chu Lingxiao thought for a moment and nodded. Knight Sorrow smiled disdainfully in his heart. He knew this result was because of Qin Zhan. In fact, Qin Hai still entered the Medicine Valley. Servant and disciple were just words now. With Qin Zhan's help, Qin Hai would definitely be treated differently from other servants on Tianyue Peak. After dealing with Qin Hai, Chu Lingxiao announced the start of the test. At the same time, he emphasized that anyone who attacked others would be eliminated. Knight Sorrow carried the black iron spear on his back and came to the Danding Cliff. He grabbed the protruding stones with both hands and climbed up. While Knight Sorrow was climbing, the others also jumped up and climbed up at an extremely fast speed. Come on. Tang Tian, who was very close to Knight Sorrow, nodded to Knight Sorrow when he overtook him. This little brat, I don't know if he'll be able to hold on today. Chu Lingxiao muttered to himself as he watched Yishan slowly climb up. Senior brother Chu, if this young man can't pass the test, let him come to Wuwei Peak. Our Wuwei Peak is also short of handyman disciples, the representative of Wuwei Peak said. Yu Yangyu looked at the representative of Wuwei Peak and snorted. What are you doing? Are you trying to divide people in advance? Martial uncle, you misunderstood me. To be honest, I don't want him to leave the Medicine Valley. He is a good seedling. Although his foundation is a little weak, this is an acquired shortcoming that can be made up for. However, some of his potential is congenital, and his innate advantages are obvious. If he leaves the Medicine Valley and goes somewhere else, it will be the loss of the Medicine Valley, the representative of Wuwei Peak said to Yu Yangyu. Junior brother Han has taken in a good disciple. Wuwei Peak has a successor. Yu Yangyu nodded at the representative of Wuwei Peak with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Han Dang was the peak master of Wuwei Peak, and also Yu Yangyu's junior brother. Junior martial brother Yi is very insightful. Chu Lingxiao agreed with Wuwei Peak's representative Yi Shui's view of the overall situation. Yan Beibei nodded at Qin Zhen beside him. Qin also understood that Night Sorrow didn't have to leave the Medicine Valley. Whether he could pass the fourth test or not, someone would take him in. At this time, the speed of the examinees climbing Danding Cliff changed. The fastest group slowed down and wasn't as fast as they were at the beginning. Night Sorrow was still climbing slowly at the back. He knew that there was a big gap between his strength and the others. The true qi in his dantian wasn't as thick as the others. If he climbed quickly, it would consume a lot of true qi, and it would be difficult for him to last until the end. The people in front of him were slowing down. Some of them even had to stop to rest after climbing twice. Some of them even went to the platform to recover. Night Sorrow was getting closer and closer to the people in front. Seeing Night Sorrow coming up, the others who were meditating to recover got up and continued climbing. At this time, Night Sorrow's forehead was covered with sweat. He also understood why the people in front of him had to rest even though their cultivation was higher than his. The invisible pressure was crashing down on them. It was only a little more than 1,000 meters. Night Sorrow didn't dare to imagine how much pressure there would be. It should be known that the height of Danding Cliff was 6,000 to 7,000 meters. Night Sorrow didn't use the true qi in his dantian. He relied on his own physical strength to climb. He didn't dare to waste his true qi, which was needed in the later stages. At this time, Night Sorrow's good physical strength, which he had trained from hunting for the past 2 years, was reflected. Although it was difficult, he could still continue climbing. Without the true qi to protect his body, Night Sorrow's palms were cut by the mountain rocks. Streaks of blood were left on the rocks. Although he was a little closer to the others, Night Sorrow was still at the bottom. None of the nearly 100 people were willing to let Night Sorrow surpass them. They rested, but as long as Night Sorrow caught up, they would speed up. If they let Night Sorrow, who was in the third layer of the qi refining realm, surpass them, it would be very humiliating. Now among the remaining 100 people, the weakest was in the 6th layer of the qi refining realm. They were much stronger than Night Sorrow. He didn't use his true qi and climbed purely with his physical strength. This is something that has never happened before. Chu Lingxiao stroked his beard and looked at Night Sorrow's figure as he spoke. His true qi is useless even if he uses it. Qin Hai, who was standing beside the representative of Tianyue Peak and Qin Zhan, muttered, "Pa." Chu Lingxiao waved his sleeve, and a stream of energy slapped Qin Hai's face, sending him tumbling backwards. "Who do you think you are? A handyman dares to talk about the Medicine Valley. If there is a next time, kill him. Qin Zhan, take him away and teach him the rules." The representative of Tianyue Peak, Luo Daoyuan, said to Qin Zhan with a cold face. This matter made him lose face, but he had no chance to refute. It was Qin Hai who didn't know the rules. In addition, in terms of identity and status, there was still a gap between him and Chu Lingxiao. If he was the successor of the Peak Master of Tianyue Peak, then Chu Lingxiao was the successor of the Valley Master of Medicine Valley. "Senior brother E, how about this Night Sorrow give us crepe myrtle?" Among the several seats, the only woman said. "Junior sister Tang, this Night Sorrow doesn't belong to Wuwei Peak. As long as he can stay in Medicine Valley, it doesn't matter where he goes," Ishui said with a smile. "If he is at the 5th level of qi refining stage, none of these people will be able to defeat him," Yin Beiji said. "Martial uncle is right. If he can do this at the 3rd level of qi refining stage, if he is at the 5th level of qi refining stage, it won't be difficult for him to pass the 4th level." Chu Lingxiao nodded. At this time, the highest climber had already reached 2,000 meters. Night Sorrow was still at 1,600 meters. At this time, his face was full of sweat and his hair was stuck to his face. The blood and sweat on his hands left handprints on the stone. The pressure from Danding Peak was like waves, wave after wave. It was hard for Night Sorrow to raise his head. $1 equals roar. The huge pressure made Night Sorrow's unwillingness to admit defeat burst forth. He let out a beast-like growl and continued to climb up. With Night Sorrow's growl, 2 examinees who were climbing up under the pressure trembled and fell down. "What the hell?" a young man in white cursed. Chapter 18. Tang Tian was not the only one who had this thought. The others were the same. They were all shocked by Yi Shang's shout. The two youths who fell were caught by the Medicine Valley's flying monsters and brought to Chu Ling Xiao and the others. I don't accept this. A youth walked a few steps in front of Chu Ling Xiao and said, "What?" Chu Ling Xiao smiled and asked the youth. "Even if he didn't attack others, he still affected me." The youth looked at Night Sorrow's figure on Danding Cliff and said, "He's not using any soundwave techniques, he's just roaring to cheer himself on. It can't be considered an attack. What's your name? If you don't want to give up, you can keep climbing. Half an hour has already passed, so you still have a chance." Chu Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face. He was also surprised by Yi Shan's shout and jumped in fright. "Disciple Chu Ning, disciple will go now." Chu Ning bowed to Chu Ling Xiao and quickly ran to Danding Cliff to continue climbing. This kid's attitude is not bad. Senior Chu, his surname is also Chu. Yishui looked at Chu Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "Haha, he's my big brother's youngest son. I met him a few years ago, but I forgot his name." Chu Ling Xiao said with a smile. Just as they were talking, Night Sorrow, who had climbed more than 50 meters, stopped for a moment. He roared again and rushed up again. "Damn, what's this kid doing? Is he done yet?" The group of examinees who were focused on facing the pressure were shocked by Night Sorrow, but no one fell. Chu Ning, who had caught up, laughed. "Continue, I'll scare these guys to death." Night Sorrow roared again and rushed up 50 meters. At this time, he was not far from 2,000 meters, but the highest he climbed was already 2,300 meters, and his condition was much better than Night Sorrow's. After a pause, Night Sorrow roared again and rushed forward, but the distance was shorter each time. "Senior brother Chu, how high do you think this little brat can climb?" Yishui asked Chu Ling Xiao. "Around 2,300 to 2,500. His cultivation limits him too much," Chu Ling Xiao said after some thought. "Can it reach 2,500? If he can reach 2,500, he can definitely pass next year after cultivating for a year." The only female representative among the representatives of the peaks, Tang Qianqian, said. "That's for sure." Chu Ling Xiao nodded. "It can't be 2,500. Either it's more than 3,000, or it falls and doesn't get any results." Yu Yangyu, who spoke for the first time today, said, "OH the most? New percent I chapter square root are supra asterisk d dollar. I don't know where this strange kid came from. With him around, this apprenticeship ceremony is really interesting." Yan Bei agreed with Yu Yangyu's words. Night Sorrow was not the kind of person who would give up halfway. The bloody handprints on the rocks behind him were proof of his ruthlessness. The youths who had rushed to 2,500 meters all found stone platforms to rest. Night Sorrow was now at 2,300 meters. After climbing a few steps, Night Sorrow had to stop to catch his breath. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure. By the time Yishang had climbed to 2,500 meters, the others had already climbed to 2,600 meters. Although it was only 100 meters, the other 8th and 7th layer Qi refinement cultivators had already climbed for almost an hour to reach this distance. At 2,500 meters, Night Sorrow went to the platform and took out a small deerskin pouch. He drank a mouthful of strong wine and recovered his strength. Even on the platform, it was not easy. The pressure from the top of the mountain did not stop. Wave after wave of pressure assaulted him, as if it would not stop until Night Sorrow was pushed down. After resting for a while, Night Sorrow stood up and took out the black iron spear from his back. He slashed his arms twice and poured all the wine from the deerskin pouch onto his arms and hands. What is he doing? Seeing Night Sorrow's actions, the faces of the spectators changed. Tang Qianqian even stood up. Sigh, this test is too cruel for him. He used too much strength and his arms should be numb. He's using pain to find his senses. Yishui lamented. While they were talking, Night Sorrow let out a low roar once again, and quickly climbed upwards. This time he charged upwards for over 30 meters. After stopping, he rested his head on the stone wall for a while. Then he roared again and continued to climb forward. However, the distance he climbed was getting shorter and shorter. It seemed like there were demonic beasts fighting on Danding Cliff. Low roars could be heard constantly. These were Night Sorrow's roars, unyielding roars. By the time Night Sorrow reached 2,600 meters, the others had already reached 2,700 meters. More than 10 people had already given up, and a few of them had fallen down. Night Sorrow, give up if you can't do it. Try again next year. Tang Tian, who was tens of meters above Yishang, shouted as he looked at Yishang, whose arms were dripping with blood, and whose hair was soaked in sweat. Night Sorrow, who was panting, shook his head. I don't admire many people, but you are one of them. Chu Ning, who had caught up and was now standing shoulder to shoulder with Night Sorrow, said, I'm sorry for hurting you. After saying this, Night Sorrow continued to climb. After 3 hours, the highest one had already reached 2,900 meters. Night Sorrow was also not far from 2,800 meters. At this moment, he had to expend all of his strength just to climb a single step. However, more than 10 people at 2,900 meters were in the same situation as Night Sorrow. Every step was extremely difficult. 4 hours later, more than 10 people reached the 3,000 m mark. These people began to meditate and rest after reaching the 3,000 m mark. They did not continue climbing. This was their limit. Looking at the situation, it was unlikely that more than 30 people could reach the 3,000 m mark. One by one, they gave up and fell down. The number of people left on Danding Cliff was decreasing. At 2,900 meters, Night Sorrow saw Tang Tian. Good job. Come, let's do it together. Tang Tian was also in a sorry state. He had just entered the 8th level of Qi refining stage. After climbing for 2,900 meters, he had exhausted all the energy in his body. Night Sorrow, don't give up. Let's go. Chu Ning, who had been standing shoulder to shoulder with Night Sorrow, shouted loudly. Time slipped away bit by bit. Yi Shang's group was getting closer and closer to the 3-kilometer platform. However, there were fewer and fewer people taking the test. Apart from the 23 people who had already reached the platform, the others had either fallen off or given up. These 23 people were either in the 8th or peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. Work hard. Don't give up. Following the shout of a young man on the platform, the others also began to cheer for them. Keep going. Again. The shouts got louder and louder. Fortunately, the platform was a special area on Danding Cliff. The pressure was relatively low. Otherwise, all of them would have fallen down. In the end, it was not only the young men taking the test who were shouting, but also the spectators at the bottom of Danding Cliff. Yi Shang used what little true qi he had left in his body and charged towards the 3,000-meter platform. The 6 hours were getting closer and closer. Night Sorrow, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning were getting closer and closer to the platform. Good. This is the spirit that our Medicine Valley needs. Chu Ling Xiao was excited. Chapter 19. As the 3 hours approached, Night Sorrow and the other two reached the 3,000-meter platform. Go! Chu Ning shouted at Night Sorrow. You guys go first. Night Sorrow did not even have the strength to lift his hand. Chu Ning grabbed onto a rock on the 3,000-meter platform. His body was like an earthworm. He wriggled twice before climbing up. Tang Tian was the same as Chu Ning. His posture was ugly. He grabbed onto the rock and climbed onto the 3,000-meter platform. Night Sorrow used his left hand to hold onto the rock, and used his right hand to grab onto the platform. His left hand continued to support his body as he climbed onto the platform. When his body landed on the stone platform, Yi Shang's mind relaxed and he fainted. When Yi Shang fainted, his body tilted and slid down the stone platform. At this moment, Tang Tian and Chu Ning, who were closest to Yi Shang, had no strength in their bodies and could not hold on to Yi Shang. The unconscious Night Sorrow was like a bird with broken wings. He slid down from the 3,000-meter platform. This scene shocked everyone. Fortunately, a law enforcement disciple from the Medicine Valley rode on a black eagle and caught Night Sorrow. Then other law enforcement disciples came to catch the disciples who passed the test. Chu Ling Xiao went to Night Sorrow and squatted down to feed Night Sorrow a pill. Then he patted Night Sorrow's back twice. Night Sorrow opened his eyes and sat up. Don't get up. Recover first. Chu Lingxiao nodded at Night Sorrow. Then, Chu Lingxiao announced the results of the test. A total of 26 people passed. They were the 23 people who climbed onto the 3,000-meter platform: Night Sorrow, Tang Tian and Chu Ning. Senior Chu, didn't you say that it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard? If you can't climb to 3,000 m, you can't be recruited? He didn't succeed. Lu Jing pointed at Night Sorrow and said to Chu Lingxiao. It was no secret in the Medicine Valley that he did not get along well with Chu Lingxiao. If there was a chance to refute Chu Lingxiao, Lu Jing would not let go of it. Night Sorrow was just a sacrifice. Senior brother Lu, how can you say that Night Sorrow didn't go up? There should still be a bloody handprint on it. Tang Qianqian said as she glanced at Night Sorrow, whose arms and hands were being bandaged by the disciples of the Medicine Valley. Alright, these 26 people are the ones who passed the assessment this year. Ling Xiao, Taishan Peak hasn't recruited new people for more than 10 years. Taishan Peak, want these 26 people. Yu Yangyu, who had been sitting all this time, stood up. Third senior brother, that's not good. No matter what, we can't take them all away. Wouldn't it be a waste of our trip? Hearing Yu Yangyu's words, Yan Beiji was not willing. The disciples who passed the assessment this time were too outstanding. Yan Beiji did not want to let them go. In the past, the third round of the assessment was 15 laps, and the fourth round was 2,500 meters. This year's assessment was harsh, but the selected disciples were also outstanding. Besides, it was appropriate to insist at this time, and it would not hurt his relationship with Yu Yangyu. That's right, Martial Uncle. You have to give us some. Chu Lingxiao said. F latest chapter C % section Z, previous 9 _ alright, each of you can take one. You can't touch the other 3. Yu Yangyu waved his sleeve and brought Night Sorrow, Tang Tian and Chu Ning behind him. Yu Yangyu's behavior made the representatives of the other peaks speechless. Although Night Sorrow and the other two's cultivation were not the highest, their endurance and perseverance were obviously better than the others. Third senior brother, I want 5. Of course, Yan Beiji would not accept only 1. 3. If you don't want them, I'll take all of them. Yu Yangyu glanced at Yan Beiji. Then, he waved his sleeve and brought the 13 disciples who passed the assessment behind him. Seeing Yu Yangyu's actions, Yan Beiji was so angry that his beard trembled. Then he picked 3 and left with the Qin Jun and the 3 newcomers. Yu Yangyu also left Danding Cliff with the remaining 13 people. Senior brother Chu, this third martial uncle is too overbearing. He took away more than half of them. Tang Qianqian said with dissatisfaction. The disciples who passed this year's assessment are too outstanding. Taishan Peak is already strong. Sigh. Chu Lingxiao was also helpless. He did not even manage to get his own nephew. He was speechless, but he was also happy. Yu Yangyu had high standards. In the past few years, the Taishan Peak had not accepted any disciples. It was really better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The fact that Chu Ning was chosen by Yu Yangyu also showed that he had potential. The disciple recruitment ceremony was over. Night Sorrow's name was destined to be remembered by people. The bloody handprints on Danding Cliff told the people what had happened today. After being exposed to the wind and sun, the bloody handprints were hard to erase. He had witnessed the rise of a young man. Of course, this was a story for another time. Night Sorrow and the rest were brought to the main hall of Taishan Peak. Master is back. Are these the members who passed the assessment? Why are these 3 so miserable? A middle-aged man in the main hall stood up from his chair when he saw Yu Yangyu. He sized up Night Sorrow and the rest of the 13 people. Gong Xian, these are the 3rd-generation disciples of Taishan Peak. These 3 will be taught by you personally. The remaining 10 will be divided among your 10 junior brothers. There is no need for emotion. We will talk about it after the apprenticeship ceremony. After Yu Yangyu sat down, he waved his hand at Gong Xian. You will enter the Medicine Valley in no particular order. You will report your age. Gong Xian smiled at Night Sorrow and the rest. After reporting their ages, the 13 people were ranked. The oldest was 18 years old. She was a girl called Nangong Dai. The youngest was Night Sorrow. Next, Gong Xian directly ranked them. Nangong Dai was the eldest senior sister, and was called Nangong Yi for short. Tang Tian was ranked 7th, and Gong Xian directly called him Tang Qi. Chu Ning was ranked 9th, and was directly called Chu Jiu. Yi Shang was last, and was called Little 13 by Gong Xian. If your cultivation can't advance by 3 levels within a year, you will report to the chores room. Gong Xian, tell your junior brothers that if they fail, they will have a hard time. Yu Yangyu directly left after giving his instructions. The 3 of you wait here. The rest of you follow me. After hearing Yu Yangyu's words, Gong Xian gritted his teeth and left with the 10 people except for Night Sorrow and the other 2. That's it. That's too irresponsible. Tang Tian said while rubbing his shoulders. Chu Ning spread out his hands and didn't say anything. Indeed, Yu Yangyu didn't pay much attention to them. He just threw them to the disciples and didn't care. After half an hour, Gong Xian returned. This is the handwritten copy of the basic cultivation technique, the mysterious cauldron scripture. The 3 of you will each have a copy. Also, these are your cultivation resources for this month. Come, let's go to Martial Uncle's residence. He threw a handwritten copy to Night Sorrow and the other 2, and then left the main hall. Gong Xian's residence was a small bamboo peak to the side of Taishan Peak. This small bamboo house is where Martial Uncle lives. Coincidentally, there is an abandoned bamboo house in the east, south, and west of this bamboo peak. You can all stay there after tidying up. Master has set you 3 levels in a year. I don't have high expectations for you. 3 months. And 3 months of 1 level. If you don't advance in 3 months, I will directly throw you into the myriad beasts forest. Gong Xian said with a smile. Chapter 20. Also, tell me what kind of combat skills you 3 need. Gong Xian sat on a rocking chair in front of the bamboo house, and asked while swaying his body. I need sword techniques. Oh right. Why do you call me Martial Uncle and not Martial Uncle? Chu Ning asked. A updates the most, J updates the most, V updates the most. Nonsense, I am the eldest disciple of Master. No matter who you enter in the future, your master will not be as senior as me. Do you understand? Tang Qi, what kind of combat skills do you need? Night Sorrow yours? Gong Xian roared as he looked at Tang Qi and Night Sorrow. Blade techniques. Tang Qi stated his requirements. Spear techniques, battle halberd and the like. Night Sorrow touched the black iron spear behind him and said. Night Sorrow's black iron spear had been with him for more than 2 years. It was made from a piece of black iron. Because Bamboo Garden Village did not have the conditions and high-end forging techniques, Night Sorrow's black iron spear was very crude. Okay, come to me tomorrow morning to get it. This is a fasting pill. Take 1 pill, and it will last you 3 days. You can go and clean up your own territory. Gong Xian once again threw a bottle of pills to Night Sorrow and the others, then waved his hand to chase them away. Tang Tian and Chu Ning chose the south and west, so Night Sorrow could only go to the east. 13. There is a cliff on the east side of the mountain. It is so deep that you can't see the bottom. There is also miasma below, so you should not go there. Seeing that Night Sorrow chose the east side, Gong Xian opened his mouth and said. Gong Xian was the eldest disciple of Taishan Peak. He was the same as Chu Ling Xiao, Lu Jing, Tang Qianqian and the others. They were all successors to the Taishan Peak. Gong Xian stayed here for peace and quiet. Another reason was to guard the cliff of Taishan Peak. In the past, there were 4 people stationed here. Now that Gong Xian's cultivation had improved, he stayed here alone. Night Sorrow nodded to Gong Xian and walked towards the east side. After walking for 7 or 8 li, Night Sorrow saw a bamboo house. Although it was not dilapidated, it was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time. In the courtyard, Night Sorrow saw a broken hatchet. Night Sorrow picked it up and cleaned up the weeds in the courtyard. He also cleared away the trees around the bamboo fence before going to clean up the bamboo house. After an hour, Night Sorrow finally cleaned up the place. After cleaning up, Night Sorrow began to meditate and cultivate. This was not because of the pressure from Yu Yangyu and Gong Xian. Night Sorrow himself had a great interest in cultivation. This cultivation lasted for half a day and one night. When the sun rose, Knight Sorrow packed up and carried the black iron spear on his back and went to Gong Xian's residence. In front of the bamboo house, Gong Xian leisurely rocked his rocking chair. Little 13, you came quite early. Your condition is not bad. How are your injuries? In response to Martial Uncle's question, my injuries are almost healed. Knight Sorrow nodded. Almost healed. Your body is really strong. Why did those two bastards still come over? Gong Xian cursed after getting up to check on Knight Sorrow's injuries. Just as Gong Xian finished cursing, Tang Tian and Chu Ning appeared with red faces. Don't make me wait for you next time. These are the battle technique manuals you need. Bring them back to me in half a month. Gong Xian threw 3 manuals to Knight Sorrow and the others. Martial Uncle, do you have any movement technique manuals? Tang Ning asked. New disciples only have one chance to obtain a battle technique manual for free. If you want a movement technique manual, then earn some sect merit points. Gong Xian looked at Tang Ning and said. Then there are no weapons? Chu Ning asked. Of course. Do you even need to ask? Gong Xian rolled his eyes at Chu Ning. Martial Uncle, then how do we earn sect merit points? Knight Sorrow asked. After entering the energy gathering stage, you will be qualified to go to Danding Peak's Merit Hall to accept sect missions. Also, you will be able to occupy a spot on the sect's disciple ranking and earn merit points every month. Gong Xian said. Let's not think about that for now. Martial Uncle, you go ahead with your work. I'll go cultivate. Knight Sorrow took the manuals that Gong Xian had thrown to him and walked towards his bamboo house. You two aren't in a hurry to cultivate? Then let me tell you about the Myriad Beasts Forest. Gong Xian introduced the Myriad Beasts Forest to Chu Ning and Tang Tian unhurriedly. The Myriad Beasts Forest was an uninhabited place not far behind Taixian Peak. Due to the harsh conditions, the Medicine Valley, which was nearby, did not set foot in the forest. The forest spanned thousands of li and there were many poisonous insects, snakes and ants. The most common type of poisonous insect was called the bloodthirsty flying ant. This poisonous insect's level was not high, only at the peak of grade 1. However, there were many of them. Even a grade 3 or grade 4 monster would be reduced to a pile of bones after being targeted by the bloodthirsty flying ant. Other than that, there are also black-tailed scorpions. Black-tailed scorpions are not high level either. They are similar to the bloodthirsty flying ant, but there are many of them. The difference is that they are only interested in the brains and bone marrow of monsters and humans. They enter through the mouth and come out through the eyes and nose. I haven't finished yet. Why are you running? Gong Xian waved at Chu Ning and Tang Tian who were running while vomiting. At this moment, Chu Ning and Tang Tian did not stop running. Both of them were running as fast as they could. The Myriad Beasts Forest was too cruel. If they did not cultivate diligently and meet the requirements, they would be done for if they were thrown into the forest by Gong Xian. Gong Xian would not let the two of them die, but it would not be a problem for him to make them suffer. After Knight Sorrow returned to the bamboo house, he could not wait to open the mysterious cauldron scripture. The first thing that came into Knight Sorrow's eyes was the introduction of the mysterious cauldron scripture. The mysterious cauldron scripture was the basic cultivation method for low-level disciples of the Medicine Valley. It was a cultivation method for chi refinement and essence gathering realm cultivators. According to this cultivation method, one could reach the peak of essence gathering realm. Above that was the spirit cauldron scripture that only inner sect disciples could access. The spirit cauldron scripture was a cultivation method for core condensation and spirit severing realm cultivators. It could be cultivated to the peak of the spirit severing realm. The heavenly cauldron scripture that corresponded to the void inquiry stage, and the vast heaven realm was the foundation of the Medicine Valley. It was not something that only core disciples and elders could access. The heavenly cauldron scripture was not of a higher level. The highest level was the sacred cauldron scripture. The sacred cauldron scripture could be cultivated to the legendary sacred realm. The sacred cauldron scripture was the collection of cultivation methods in the Medicine Valley. The mysterious cauldron scripture, the Spirit Cauldron Scripture, and the Heavenly Cauldron Scripture were just 3 of them. However, the Sacred Cauldron Scripture had been lost. In the opening chapter of the Mysterious Cauldron Scripture, it was stated that whoever could find the chapter of the Sacred Cauldron Scripture could be worshipped by the Medicine Valley. Knight Sorrow shook his head when he read this. The chapter of the Sacred Cauldron Scripture had been lost for God knows how many years. It was easier said than done to find it. After flipping through the introduction, Knight Sorrow went to read the main text. The essence of the Mysterious Cauldron Scripture was to turn one's body into a cauldron. The circulation route was also very complicated. After memorizing it, Knight Sorrow began to circulate the true qi in his dantian according to the circulation route of the Mysterious Cauldron Scripture. After spending 4 hours, Knight Sorrow finally guided his true qi into the circulation route of the Mysterious Cauldron Scripture and circulated it for 1 full cycle. This was the official entry level of the Mysterious Cauldron Scripture. Even though the circulation route of the Mysterious Cauldron Scripture was complicated, the speed of the circulation of true qi was extremely fast. It was much faster than the simple qi gathering and qi storing technique that Knight Sorrow cultivated in the past. Since he had entered the entry level of the Mysterious Cauldron Scripture, Knight Sorrow did not stop. He continued to cultivate all the way until the afternoon. After stretching his waist, Knight Sorrow realized that his cultivation level had increased significantly. If this continued, he would be able to reach the 4th level of the qi refining realm in a few days. After taking a bath in a small stream not far from the bamboo house, Knight Sorrow returned to the bamboo house and took a fasting pill and a spirit cultivating pill. Then he continued to cultivate. What Knight Sorrow did not know was that a black shadow appeared at the bottom of a bamboo tree outside the bamboo house. Chapter 21. Seeing that Knight Sorrow was quietly cultivating, the figure left and went to Gong Xian's bamboo house. Master. Gong Xian quickly walked out when the figure arrived in front of the bamboo house. Yu Yangyu nodded to Gong Xian and instructed, "Yes, these 3 brats are all good seedlings. Be strict with them. Tomorrow call a few odd job disciples over to clean up your place and build a few more bamboo houses. The odd job disciples will stay behind. The 3 of them are still young and need to be taken care of in their daily lives." Disciple understands. Gong Xian nodded. After giving the instructions, Yu Yangyu left. After cultivating for an entire night and washing up, Knight Sorrow first practiced a round of martial arts before returning to the bamboo house and opening the battle technique manual that Gong Xian had given him. The wind-chasing spear technique was a set of spear techniques. Standing in the courtyard, Knight Sorrow began to study it in detail. At this time, he was very grateful to Father Gu. Although Bamboo Garden Village was a hunting village, he had not forgotten to teach Knight Sorrow culture. Therefore, the words in the ancient book were not difficult for Knight Sorrow to understand. Knight Sorrow could also recognize some of the ancient characters. Taking out the black iron spear, Knight Sorrow began to practice the wind-chasing spear technique in the courtyard. After cultivating for a while, Knight Sorrow sighed. He had not cultivated the wind-chasing spear technique's effects. The wind-chasing spear technique pursued 2 points. One was speed, which emphasized using speed to control the slow. The other was ferocity, which required great strength. The spear was like a flood dragon. After cultivating for an hour, Knight Sorrow still couldn't find the right feeling in terms of speed or strength. With a sigh, Knight Sorrow sat in the small courtyard and pondered. He pondered how to achieve these 2 points. After pondering for a long time, Knight Sorrow still could not find the feeling. The conclusion he came to was that his cultivation was not high enough, and his body was not strong enough. Knight Sorrow stood up and exhaled. Then he continued to cultivate. Knight Sorrow planned to cultivate his foundation first. He wanted to raise his true qi first. Only by cultivating his true qi would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For the next 2 days, Knight Sorrow cultivated diligently. In between, Gong Xian came by once to explain to Knight Sorrow the problems he faced in his cultivation. When he asked about the wind-chasing spear art, Gong Xian's answers enlightened Knight Sorrow. The Wind Chaser Spear technique was a rank 2 battle skill, which meant that it could only be practiced by cultivators in the essence gathering realm. Gong Xian had no choice but to give the Wind Chaser Spear technique to Knight Sorrow, because the library did not have any rank 1 spear or battle halberd battle skills. This time, Knight Sorrow felt a little more at ease. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't master the chasing wind spear art. After instructing Knight Sorrow to look for him if he had any problems, Gong Xian left. He knew how to teach others. If he were to teach them step by step, then at most, he would only be able to teach them a copy of himself. He would only need to give them pointers during crucial moments. The rest of the time, it was better to let them go. On the 5th day at Taishan Peak, Knight Sorrow's cultivation successfully entered the 4th level of refining qi. This made Knight Sorrow very happy. It hadn't even been 2 months since he left Juyuan village, but his strength had increased by a lot. It was several times more than before. With his strength increasing, Knight Sorrow went to cultivate the Wind Chaser Spear art. Although he couldn't reach the highest realm of the spear art, he could still improve himself. While Knight Sorrow was cultivating, Gong Xian came. "This is your robe. If I didn't give it to you, you wouldn't have taken it." Looking at the robe that Gong Xian threw on the bamboo table, Knight Sorrow picked it up and walked towards the room. Halfway through, Knight Sorrow stopped. "Martial uncle, isn't the white robe the inner disciple robe? Do new members start from outer disciple?" Normally, new disciples are outer disciples. However, our Taishan Peak is an exception. As long as you officially enter the Taishan Peak, you will be an inner disciple, Gong Xian said with a smile. He was quite proud of this. This was Yu Yangyu's strength. This was something that the Medicine Valley recognized. Taishan Peak only had odd job workers, inner disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. There were no outer disciples. So that's how it is. Knight Sorrow nodded. He originally thought that he would have to go through the process of becoming an outer disciple. I Original T Edition G Debut Little 13. Don't work too hard. You just need to familiarize yourself with the wind-chasing spear art. Don't force yourself. Also, if you have nothing to do, go to Martial Uncle's place for some tea and relax. Gong Xian saw that Knight Sorrow's forehead was still sweating. He didn't want Knight Sorrow to be too stressed. After all, the 14-year-old Knight Sorrow was still a child. "Thank you, Martial Uncle. Knight Sorrow understands." Knight Sorrow nodded to Gong Xian. "Alright, then Martial Uncle will be leaving. I still have to go check on those 2 bastards. Those 2 bastards aren't as worry-free as you." Gong Xian waved his hand at Yishang and left. When he arrived at Tang Tian and Chu Ning's place, Gong Xian didn't have a good expression. When he saw that Tang Tian wasn't cultivating, he immediately scolded him. Tang Tian felt wronged. He had just stopped to take a breather when Gong Xian caught him. He used Knight Sorrow as an example and scolded Tang Tian until he was speechless. Chu Ning didn't escape either. She was holding a broken teapot to boil water to make tea, and was scolded even more miserably. Gong Xian said that they would wait for 3 months to see the results. Whoever didn't advance, they would meet in the 10,000 Beasts Forest. For the next few days, Knight Sorrow worked hard to cultivate. On this day, Knight Sorrow came out of the bamboo house. Just as he was about to take a bath, he saw a white bird the height of a human landing not far from the bamboo house. One of its wings was covered in blood. What kind of bird was this? It was still young. Looking at the white bird's feathers and beak, Knight Sorrow judged that it was an injured demonic beast. It was a young demonic beast and had a lot of room for growth. Looking at its sharp beak and claws, Knight Sorrow also knew that this bird, which he didn't know the name of, would definitely be an extraordinary demonic beast when it matured. If he could tame it, it would be a top-grade flying mount. With this thought in mind, Knight Sorrow slowly approached the white bird. When he was about 6 to 7 feet away from the white bird, it became alert. This made Knight Sorrow even more certain of his thoughts. This bird was a mutated species. When he was hunting in the past, there were very few demonic beasts with such alertness. Seeing Knight Sorrow, the white bird began to run. Knight Sorrow began to chase. Knight Sorrow did not want to let go of such an opportunity. Knight Sorrow's speed was very fast, but the white bird's speed was not slow either. Although its wing was injured and could not fly, when it flapped its wings, its running speed was much faster than normal demonic beasts. It was several times faster than the black-scaled lion that Night Sorrow killed in the past. This was also because Night Sorrow's cultivation had reached the 4th level of chi refining, so he did not lose it. As long as the white bird didn't shake him off, Yishang wasn't afraid. In terms of endurance, Yishang had run for several hours in the wilderness of Bamboo Garden Village. He didn't believe that the white bird could run for several more hours. One chased and one fled. One man and one bird went further and further away from Little Bamboo Peak. The white bird panicked and did not know where to go, and Night Sorrow followed closely behind. In less than half an hour, one man and one bird ran for hundreds of miles in the forest. Night Sorrow wanted to curse. The white bird's injured wing was bleeding nonstop, but it did not stop. Even if it stopped fighting, it would be fine. Just as Yishan was getting irritated, the white bird stopped and chirped incessantly. "I told you to run. Why aren't you running?" Night Sorrow's body flashed as he caught up to the white bird. After catching up, Night Sorrow's expression changed. He knew why the white bird stopped running, and why it was chirping like that. The white bird's claws were entangled by 2 red tentacles that were as thick as a human's arm. They were constantly being pulled forward. Night Sorrow took a step forward and waved the black iron spear in his hand towards the red tentacles. Bang! Chapter 22. Night Sorrow knew that some demonic beasts had very hard hides. Direct slashing was useless, but slashing might be effective. Just as Night Sorrow had predicted, this kind of tug-of-war was effective. The red tentacle was cut open by Night Sorrow's black iron spear. This injured tentacle did not let go of White Bird, but the other uninjured tentacle let go of White Bird. After letting go of White Bird's red tentacle, it quickly whipped Night Sorrow to the ground. Then it wrapped around Night Sorrow's legs and pulled him forward like it was pulling White Bird. The 2 tentacles pulled Night Sorrow and White Bird forward, almost squeezing them together. Night Sorrow held the black iron spear in his right hand and slashed at the red tentacle wrapped around White Bird. At this moment, it was not convenient for Night Sorrow to deal with the red tentacle wrapped around his legs. He and White Bird were squeezed together, so there was no space for him to use his skills. He had to free one of them. As Night Sorrow's black iron spear continued to attack, the tentacle wrapped around White Bird was cut in half. White Bird was in the same situation as Night Sorrow. It was not convenient for it to save itself. White Bird, who could not save itself, lowered its head and pecked at the red tentacles on Night Sorrow's legs. Seeing White Bird's actions, Night Sorrow was very shocked. White Bird already had intelligence and knew that he did not want to kill it. However, the red tentacles were fatal, so it understood that they had to defend against the enemy at the same time. Following the red tentacles' pull, the man and bird were pulled out of the forest and into an open space. Without the obstruction of the trees, the man and beast's sliding speed increased. However, the red tentacle wrapped around White Bird's claws was almost cut off by Night Sorrow's black iron spear. In order to avoid being cut off by Night Sorrow, the red tentacle let go of White Bird. White Bird, who was released, did not leave. After pulling away from Night Sorrow, it continued to peck at the red tentacle under Night Sorrow's feet. At this moment, Night Sorrow's expression changed. As he pulled, the length of the red tentacle increased. The parts that Night Sorrow could see also became thicker. The thickest part was already as thick as a human head. With a flick of its red tentacle, the extra part drew a circle around Night Sorrow and tied him up in 2. Night Sorrow's arm that was holding onto the black iron spear was entangled. The red tentacle continued to drag Night Sorrow forward while the other tentacle attacked White Bird. White Bird, who was prepared, wasn't entangled by the red tentacles. While dodging the red tentacles, she kept attacking Night Sorrow. She kept attacking the red tentacles that were entangling Night Sorrow. A cliff. Just as Night Sorrow was considering how to escape, a bottomless cliff appeared. This situation caused Night Sorrow's heart to turn cold. Looking at White Bird, who was still fighting, Night Sorrow roared, "I know you can understand me, let's go. Let's go." Ignoring Night Sorrow's words, The white bird let out a sharp cry and pounced forward, its sharp beak piercing into the red tentacles that were coiling around Night Sorrow's body. As he got closer and closer to the cliff, Night Sorrow's heart was exceptionally clear. He had only himself to blame for being in this state. However, he was the one who chased White Bird here and helped her break the bindings. But after all, the karma was on him and there was no need for him to drag White Bird down with him. He stretched out his unbound left hand and pressed it on White Bird's body. Then he used all his strength and pushed. Go! White Bird was pushed away by Night Sorrow, but it did not manage to escape. It was entangled by the second red tentacle, and both of them were pulled down the cliff. As his body fell, Night Sorrow discovered what the red tentacles were. They were earth dragon worms. The earth dragon worm was also known as ghost string. It was a very common demonic beast. It could not even be considered a demonic beast. Normal earth dragon worms did not have much combat strength. They ate the rotten meat of the corpses of animals and rarely attacked. The largest earth dragon worm that Night Sorrow had seen was only as thick as a thumb and 40 to 50 feet long. However, the earth dragon worm in front of him was too huge. Its length could not be estimated. The thickest part was already as thick as a person's waist. One must know that the growth of earth dragon worms usually increased the length of their body. A 30 feet long earth dragon worm was as thick as a thumb. A 50 feet long earth dragon worm was also as thick as a thumb. However, the earth dragon worm in front of him was already as thick as a person's waist. As they fell, Night Sorrow also realized why the earth dragon worm only had 2 antennae attacking from the cliff. Its body was fixed to the cliff's wall. There was an ancient tree on the cliff, and the earth dragon worm's body was stuck by the roots. The earth dragon worm was a very lazy creature. After a full meal, it could rest for a long time. Maybe when it was still young, it was stuck by the roots of the ancient tree and never came out. Night Sorrow and White Bird continued to fall, and their speed became faster and faster. Bang! There was a muffled sound. This was the sound of the tentacles being pulled taut. Following which, Night Sorrow and White Bird were pulled by the tentacles and bounced up before falling again. They fell once again. The earth dragon worm's tentacles that were severely injured and pulled violently could no longer hold them back. Night Sorrow and White Bird, who were wrapped around by the tentacles, continued to fall. Pa! Night Sorrow felt that he had been smashed into pieces. His entire body was in great pain. He looked up at the sky and saw that the 2 red tentacles were still swaying on the cliff 50 to 60 feet above. Night Sorrow knew that he didn't fall to his death, because the earth dragon worm's tentacles were long enough. After shaking his body, Night Sorrow realized that his right arm was broken. The other injuries weren't serious. White Bird stood beside Night Sorrow. It was much better than Night Sorrow. When the earth dragon worm let go of it, it flapped its wings to reduce the impact and didn't suffer any injuries. Sitting up, Night Sorrow reached into his chest. Night Sorrow was holding pills. After taking them out, Night Sorrow realized that his fasting pills and vitality cultivation pills were fine. The bottle containing the meridian opening pills was broken, but the pills weren't destroyed. After eating a meridian opening pill, and looking at White Bird's injured wings, Night Sorrow gave the last meridian opening pill to White Bird. After eating the meridian opening pill, Night Sorrow scanned his surroundings. He realized that he was standing on a platform with a radius of 20 to 30 feet. Night Sorrow stretched his head out to look below the platform. It was so foggy that he couldn't see the bottom at all. Turning his head, Night Sorrow looked at the other parts of the platform. With a glance, Night Sorrow realized that there was something unusual. There were traces of human movement on the cliff. Looking carefully, Night Sorrow saw that under the cover of the vines, there was a stone door. It should be called the entrance of a cave. On the 2 sides of the stone door, there were clear words. On the left, it was awakening, and on the right it was Tao comprehending. Looking at the entrance covered by the vines, Night Sorrow held his black iron spear and walked in. If it was any other time, Night Sorrow wouldn't do this. At the very least, he would plan before acting. But now he couldn't. It was too dangerous here. The platform was too small. If any demonic beasts rushed out of the cave, they would be easily forced out of the platform. If there was a battle, it would be better to fight inside the cave. Originally, Night Sorrow thought that the cave would be dark and damp with poisonous snakes and insects crawling around. But now Night Sorrow saw a bright and clean tunnel. Besides some moss at the entrance, the inside of the cave was very clean. There was even a half-inch diameter night pearl inlaid on the ceiling of the cave. Turning his head to look at the stone wall, Night Sorrow saw blade marks. Looking carefully, Night Sorrow realized that each blade mark was about 2 to 3 feet long. In other words, one side of the stone wall was cut out by 5 to 6 blades. Chapter 23. Holding the black iron spear, Night Sorrow knocked on the wall. As he knocked, the stone wall made a crisp sound. The stone powder did not fall, and there was not a single mark. This allowed Night Sorrow to know how hard the stone wall was. At the same time, Yishang also understood that the cultivation of the senior who had created this cave abode had reached an unfathomable level. Turning his head, Night Sorrow saw the white bird quietly following beside him, flapping its wings from time to time. Night Sorrow knew that there was no danger in this cave. Monsters had a stronger intuition for danger than humans. Now that the white bird was so quiet, it meant that there were no powerful monsters in this cave. At the very least, there were no monsters that could suppress the white bird in terms of rank. Holding the black iron spear, Night Sorrow slowly moved forward. Although he was sure that there were no high-level monsters, Night Sorrow was worried that there might be traps that monsters could not detect. After moving forward for a distance of 3 to 4 feet, a stone room with a radius of 3 feet appeared in front of Night Sorrow. The stone room had a stone table and a stone chair. Looking inside, Night Sorrow could not help but take a step back. On the chair inside the table was a skeleton. The robe hanging on the skeleton had been weathered, and the tattered robe was draped over the skeleton. Night Sorrow had seen the skeleton of both humans and monsters when he was hunting in the mountains beside Bamboo Garden Village. Night Sorrow had seen both human and monster skeletons before. However, in this cave, the appearance of the skeleton was a bit sudden. Night Sorrow was not used to this. After stabilizing his emotions, Night Sorrow walked in front of the table and carefully looked at the skeleton. This skeleton was different from the skeletons that Night Sorrow had seen before. This skeleton was full of luster, like jade, and there were no traces of damage. Looking at the skeleton, Night Sorrow could confirm that the owner of this skeleton was very tall when he was alive. He was at least 6 feet tall. Even though he was dead, the skeleton was still sitting there full of domineering aura. As Night Sorrow approached, the wind brought about by him completely weathered the robe on the skeleton, turning it into ashes. The skeleton was completely exposed in front of Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow bowed to the skeleton. He did not believe in ghosts and gods, but after entering this cave, he had disturbed the skeleton's eternal rest. After straightening up, Night Sorrow found some handwriting on the table in front of the skeleton. The handwriting should have been written with fingers. It was somewhat messy, but it was deeply engraved on the stone table. After changing his position, Night Sorrow lowered his head and blew the dust on the table. The robe on the skeleton's robe was weathered, and the table was covered with dust. Upon closer inspection, Yishan discovered that there were the last words left behind by the skeleton, as well as some of the person's life. Night Sorrow frowned. He had never heard of this name. Could it be the bottomless canyon in front of him? The following records explain the cause of Feng Chen's death. He went to investigate because of the outbreak of nether energy in Taichuan. In the end, he encountered the Nether Beast King. After killing the Nether Beast, he was also contaminated by the nether energy. He could not get rid of the nether energy and died. Feng Chen's last words were to ask the fated person to return the Holy Cauldron scripture to the Medicine Valley. When he was stationed in Taichuan, he took the Holy Cauldron scripture from the sect, hoping to enter the legendary Holy Realm. However, he did not succeed. He hoped that the fated person would return the Holy Cauldron scripture to the Medicine Valley and leave everything else to the fated person. Holy Cauldron scripture? Seeing these 3 words, Night Sorrow was extremely shocked. Wasn't the Holy Cauldron scripture the Medicine Valley's treasure scripture? Looking around, Night Sorrow did not see the Holy Cauldron scripture anywhere. However, Feng Chen had asked the fated person to return the Holy Cauldron scripture to the Medicine Valley, so the Holy Cauldron scripture must be there. However, Night Sorrow could not find the Holy Cauldron scripture after searching the stone room for a long time. Could it be that someone had come and taken the Holy Cauldron scripture away? However, Night Sorrow felt that this was unlikely. When he came in, the clothes on the skeleton had just been weathered. Looking at the skeleton again, Night Sorrow noticed the skeleton's ring finger. There was a silver ring on the finger. A storage ring. Could it be a storage ring? Night Sorrow had heard from Papa Gu that in the outside world, high-level cultivators would use storage rings. It was a special kind of Dharma treasure. There was a space inside it that could store things. At the thought of this, Night Sorrow bowed to the skeleton and took the ring off. Yi Shang took the ring and looked it over, but he couldn't find anything special about it. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the ring. Many treasures needed to be bound by blood. Yi Shang still had some common sense. The blood dripped on the ring and was quickly absorbed by it. At this moment, Night Sorrow had a realization as he looked at the ring. He felt that he had a connection with the ring. It's really a storage ring. Night Sorrow thought, and a special space appeared in Night Sorrow's mind. The special space was 30 feet square. There were shelves on both sides of the space and a wooden table in the middle. A stack of ancient books was neatly placed on the table. HP question version. Head hair. With a thought, Night Sorrow took out all the ancient books. The first book was the Holy Cauldron scripture. There were 3 ancient words written on the ancient book. It was the Holy Cauldron scripture. This was the Medicine Valley's ancient book, the Holy Cauldron scripture. Night Sorrow was a little excited. He picked up the ancient book and started reading. The first chapter was the mysterious cauldron scripture. After looking at it, Night Sorrow realized that it was exactly the same as the one Gong Xian gave him. This made Night Sorrow certain that this was the Medicine Valley's ancient book, the Holy Cauldron scripture. After putting down the ancient book, Night Sorrow went to look at the second ancient book. The second ancient book had the words Heaven Covering Hand written on it. After opening it, Night Sorrow studied it carefully. He realized that the famous Heaven Shaking Hand of the Taishan Peak's Peak Master was only a part of the Heaven Covering Hand. This Heaven Covering Hand was created by Feng Chen himself and did not need to be returned to the Medicine Valley. The third ancient book was much older than the first 2. It was called the Myriad Tao Treasure Book. Night Sorrow opened the Myriad Tao Treasure Book. A piece of beast skin floated out from the middle. There were words on it. After picking it up and taking a look, Night Sorrow knew the origin of the Myriad Tao Treasure Book. The Myriad Tao Treasure Book was obtained by Feng Chen in Taichuan Peak. There were some of Feng Chen's opinions written on it. The Myriad Tao Treasure Book was the opposite of the Holy Cauldron scripture. The essence of the Holy Cauldron scripture was to use one's body as a cauldron. The circulation of one's quintessential qi was in the form of a cauldron. When cultivated to the extreme, one could turn one's body into a cauldron. The Myriad Tao Treasure Book used heaven and earth as a cauldron to forge one's body into a spiritual treasure. Feng Chen's opinion was that the Myriad Tao Treasure Book was much stronger than the Holy Cauldron scripture. However, his Holy Cauldron scripture was already very advanced. If he cultivated the Myriad Tao Treasure Book, it would not be worth it. Therefore, he wanted to achieve a breakthrough in the Holy Cauldron scripture. In the end, he was invaded by the netherworld energy and died. After putting away the Myriad Tao Treasure Book, Night Sorrow opened the other ancient book. This was a Fey illustrated handbook. It recorded all the medicinal herbs, poisonous herbs, ores, demonic beasts, and spirit beasts in the world. The last book was a handwritten alchemy manual. It was a handwritten alchemy manual that Feng Chen had written himself by combining other alchemy manuals. Night Sorrow could understand this. The Medicine Valley was famous for alchemy. As an elder of the Medicine Valley, Feng Chen's attainments in alchemy were definitely not low. Chapter 24. Night Sorrow saw plenty of elixirs on the shelves in the storage ring. Some of them were refined by Feng Chen himself, while some were supreme-grade elixirs that he had collected. The harvest was so great that Night Sorrow didn't even think about it. The sacred cauldron sutra had to be returned to the Medicine Valley, but Night Sorrow planned to return it after memorizing it. As for the rest that Feng Chun had left behind, they were all his. After stabilizing his emotions, Night Sorrow and White Bird left the cave. The cave was a little stifling, and Night Sorrow wasn't used to it. White Bird had been following behind Night Sorrow. When they reached the platform, Night Sorrow looked up and had to consider the problem of getting out. Looking at the cliff, Night Sorrow knew that it would be difficult to climb up. Furthermore, there was a terrifying earth dragon worm on the cliff. Patting White Bird, Night Sorrow, who was sitting cross-legged to cultivate and recover, suddenly had an idea. He didn't know the species of white bird, but he could look for it in the Fey illustration book. Night Sorrow flipped through the pages of the Fey illustration book for demonic beasts and spirit beasts, but he couldn't find any records of white bird. White bird was rather similar to two types of demonic beasts. One of them was the green roc, an ancient variant of the green roc. White bird's sharp claws and beak were very similar to the green roc. Its wings, tail, and feathers were very similar to the black swan, which fed on gold and stone. Since he couldn't find anything, Night Sorrow put down the Fey illustration book and sat cross-legged on the platform to cultivate. White Bird stayed quietly by Night Sorrow's side. For the next few days, Night Sorrow stayed on the platform to cultivate and recover from his injuries. Apart from his right arm, which hadn't fully recovered, White Bird was very quiet. White Bird had been very quiet these few days. Yi Shang had given it a fasting pill, so it stayed by Yi Shang's side every day. The injury on its wings had almost recovered. Although his life wasn't in danger, Night Sorrow was still a little anxious. Not being able to get out wasn't a solution. White Bird, your injuries have healed. Can you bring me up there? After a training session, Night Sorrow looked at White Bird, who was fixing her feathers, and asked. Night Sorrow was just casually asking, but White Bird really nodded. At most K knew. Chapter /#. This caused Night Sorrow to be extremely surprised. He was originally just asking a question out of boredom, but White Bird's performance showed that there was a chance. There was hope, but Night Sorrow was still a little worried. The White Bird was still young, and its feathers were still soft. There were still green skin on its beak. It would be difficult for it to carry him up. After cultivating for another day, White Bird's wings were completely healed. Night Sorrow planned to leave. Before leaving, Night Sorrow used his black iron spear to pry off a large rock from the cliff and sealed the entrance of the cave. Then he nodded at White Bird. Shall we go? Hearing Night Sorrow's words, White Bird stood up straight and spread out its wings. It slowly fluttered. White Bird's body was about 5 feet tall, and its wings were about 6 feet wide. And then let's give it a try. If I sit on your back, it will affect your flight. After you fly up, I will grab onto your claws. Night Sorrow pointed at White Bird's claws and said. This was the conclusion that Night Sorrow came to in the past 2 days. White Bird's body wasn't big. If he sat on White Bird's back, it would give White Bird a lot of pressure. If he only grabbed onto White Bird's claws, it would be his own weight, and it wouldn't affect White Bird much. As for the heavy black iron spear, Night Sorrow didn't plan to throw it away. He planned to see the situation and make a decision. If White Bird couldn't carry him and the black iron spear, then he would just give it up. In that case, even if White Bird didn't carry the black iron spear, it wouldn't be able to fly to the top of the cliff. If White Bird could carry him and the black iron spear, then there would be a chance. At the most, he would just throw away the black iron spear at the crucial moment. White Bird spread its wings and flew into the air. It fluttered outside the platform, and then circled above Night Sorrow's head. Seeing White Bird fly back, Night Sorrow exerted strength in his legs and jumped up. He raised his right hand and grabbed onto White Bird's claws. White Bird carried Night Sorrow and left the platform. After leaving the platform, White Bird circled around the canyon. Its speed of ascension was very fast. Feeling that White Bird wasn't under any pressure, Night Sorrow heaved a sigh of relief. If White Bird could maintain this state, then it wouldn't be a problem to fly up. If White Bird's state decreased, then he would throw away the black iron spear. If it wasn't necessary, Night Sorrow really didn't want to throw away the black iron spear. Although it was just an ordinary black iron spear, It had been with him for a long time and he had a special feeling for it. It was also a gift from Father Gu. Whitebird's flying speed was very fast. Even though it was circling around the cliff, Night Sorrow could feel that the cliff was constantly descending. As Whitebird ascended, Night Sorrow saw the place where the earth dragon worm was. Its two bright red antennae were still climbing up the cliff. One of the antennae had a black tiger wrapped around it. The black tiger was still roaring, but it was destined to be sucked dry by the earth dragon worm and die. At this moment, Night Sorrow knew that there wouldn't be a problem to get out. Whitebird had already flown halfway, and didn't show any signs of exhaustion. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Night Sorrow's vision widened. Whitebird carried Night Sorrow and flew out of the cliff. After reaching the top of the cliff, Whitebird didn't immediately land. It carried Night Sorrow for another 6 to 7 miles before landing. After all, the top of the cliff was still the territory of the earth dragon worm. Whitebird landed under an ancient tree. Night Sorrow rubbed his sore right hand and looked at Whitebird. Originally, I chased you because I wanted to tame you and make you a flying beast. This time you saved me, so we are friends. Are you willing to come with me or live by yourself? Looking at Whitebird, Night Sorrow pondered for a moment and said, after a few days of interaction, Night Sorrow knew that Whitebird wasn't ordinary. He didn't need to look at Whitebird like a demonic beast. Whitebird turned its head and looked at Night Sorrow. Its bright eyes sized up Night Sorrow, but it didn't give Night Sorrow an answer. After waiting for a while, Night Sorrow was very happy when Whitebird didn't leave. If you don't want to leave, then follow me. Heavily patting Whitebird's wings, Night Sorrow led the way in front while Whitebird followed behind Night Sorrow. If it was a normal person, they might get lost in an environment with little sunlight and trees covering the sky. However, this wouldn't happen to Night Sorrow. For hours later, Night Sorrow and Whitebird appeared in front of the bamboo house. When Night Sorrow arrived in front of the bamboo house, he saw Gongxian anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Seeing Night Sorrow return, Gongxian quickly walked over and heavily patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Little 13, where did you run off to? I didn't see you yesterday. If I still don't see you today, I will have to report to Master. What bird is this? After shouting at Night Sorrow, Gongxian saw Whitebird following Night Sorrow out of the forest. My new companion, I also don't know what bird it is. Night Sorrow's face was covered in sweat. Gongxian's slap had landed on Night Sorrow's injured right arm. Seeing that Night Sorrow's complexion wasn't right, Gongxian sized up Night Sorrow and asked, "You're injured?" "Something happened, my right arm is broken." Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that he couldn't hide his injury and there was no need to hide it. Chapter 25. Uncle Master, I've taken the pill, Night Sorrow said. This is a meridian clearing pill. It's very effective for bone and muscle injuries. Gongxian stuffed the pill bottle into Night Sorrow's hand. After giving Night Sorrow the pill, Gongxian continued to observe the Whitebird. The Whitebird's eyes flashed. It shook its head and pecked at Gongxian. I can't tell what kind of bird it is. It looks like the ancient green pung, but it's definitely not one, Gongxian concluded. I thought Uncle Master knew. I saw it fighting with other beasts, so I fought with it. It's now willing to follow me, Night Sorrow said. Not bad, not bad. A beast that's willing to follow you is much better than a tamed beast. There's room for development. I'll have Master take a look at it someday. Gongxian looked at Yishang with a strange expression. Many people dreamed of having a flying tamed beast, yet Yishang had managed to get his hands on a demon beast that was willing to follow him after just one trip. After a tamed beast was trained by a human, it would lose its wildness and self-awareness. It would also lose its room for development, making it difficult for it to advance. A beast like the Whitebird that was willing to follow someone was much rarer than a tamed beast. There was no comparison in terms of value. You're in the 4th stage of Qi refinement. You fulfilled my requirements, but you can't slack off. Also, the Whitebird's appetite is shocking. It'll be troublesome for you to feed it yourself. I'll order the servants to send food over every day. Gongxian left after giving his instructions. As he left, Gong Xian looked at Night Sorrow with a strange gaze. After Gong Xian left, Night Sorrow changed his clothes and combed the white bird's feathers. I have to give you a name. I hope you're the king of the heavens. Let's call you Tianyu. The white bird stretched its neck and chirped twice, acknowledging the name Night Sorrow gave it. Although his right arm was inconvenient, Night Sorrow still used his left hand to make a place for Tianyu to rest in the courtyard in front of the bamboo house before he went to cultivate. Back in the bamboo house, Night Sorrow took out the Holy Cauldron scripture and began to memorize it. He could return the Holy Cauldron scripture to the Medicine Valley, but he had to have the right to cultivate it. It would only belong to him if he wrote it down. It took Night Sorrow 2 hours to memorize the entire Holy Cauldron scripture. Putting away the Holy Cauldron scripture, Night Sorrow thought of another problem. Feng Chun did not cultivate the myriad Daros treasured scripture because he had reached a certain level of maturity in the Holy Cauldron scripture. He wanted to achieve something in the Holy Cauldron scripture. Yi Futian was different. He had just reached the entry level of the mysterious Cauldron scripture and could cultivate both at the same time. After reading Feng Chen's analysis of the Holy Cauldron scripture and the myriad Dao tome, Night Sorrow felt that there was no conflict. One was to use one's own body as a cauldron while the other was to use heaven and earth as a cauldron to temper one's body. These two could be done at the same time. With this thought in mind, Night Sorrow began to cultivate. After reaching the entry level of the mysterious Cauldron scripture, his true qi could circulate automatically according to the route. Night Sorrow spent all his energy on the cultivation of the myriad Dao tome. The cultivation of the myriad Dao tome was rather complicated. It required one to open one's own acupoints and absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into one's body. Then the spiritual qi would circulate in one's blood and bones to strengthen one's body. The first level of the myriad Dao tome was called the blood refining realm. It was equivalent to the qi refinement realm. The second level was the muscle strengthening realm, which corresponded to the essence gathering realm. The third level was the bone forging realm, which corresponded to the core condensation realm. The fourth level was the unity realm, which corresponded to the spirit severing realm. The fifth level was the Dao querying realm, which corresponded to the void inquiry stage. The sixth level was the spirit refinement realm, which corresponded to the vast heaven realm. The seventh level was the golden body realm, which corresponded to the sage realm. The highest level of the Holy Cauldron scripture was the sage realm. However, there were more levels after the myriad Dao tome. The eighth level of the myriad Dao tome was the undead realm. The ninth level was the rebirth realm. There was also a blank page after that. This was also the reason why Night Sorrow intuitively felt that the myriad Dao tome was stronger than the Holy Cauldron scripture. The myriad Dao tome could reach a realm that the Holy Cauldron scripture could not. As he cultivated, Night Sorrow felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like stars entering his body through his acupoints. It entered his blood vessels and flowed along with his blood. This cultivation lasted for a day and a night. When he came out of the bamboo house, Night Sorrow felt refreshed. It was as if his body had endless energy. The injury on his right arm had also healed a lot. Just as Night Sorrow was washing up, 2 young men in gray robes appeared. The 2 of them were carrying a wild boar. "You are?" Night Sorrow asked. "We are odd job workers from the Taixian Peak. Master Gong sent us here. He said that there is a demonic beast here that needs to be fed," one of the odd job workers said. In the Medicine Valley, only official members of the Medicine Valley could address each other as senior brother, junior brother, uncle master, and so on. The odd job workers addressed the disciples of the Medicine Valley as master. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Leave half of it for me to roast, and feed the other half to the wild boar." Night Sorrow knew that these odd job workers were sent by Gong Xian. Night Sorrow, who was in a better mood, started a fire and roasted half of the wild boar. Recently, Night Sorrow had been eating fasting pills. Now he wanted to eat meat. Half of the wild boar was quickly eaten by Tianyu. Tianyu came to Night Sorrow's side and watched Night Sorrow roast the wild boar. The 2 odd job workers helped Night Sorrow clean the bamboo house. After the wild boar was roasted, Night Sorrow cut a piece for each of the odd job workers. Then he poured himself a bowl of wine and began to eat the roasted meat. Seeing that Night Sorrow was ignoring him, Tianyu pecked the roasted meat in Night Sorrow's hand and took it away. He stretched his neck twice and swallowed it directly. You even eat cooked meat? Night Sorrow was stunned. How could a demonic beast eat cooked meat? Tianyu was really an anomaly. J update unspecified currency new YR most popular. Underscore seeing that Tianyu liked it, Night Sorrow cut the roasted wild boar into pieces and fed them to Tianyu. In the end, Night Sorrow only ate 2 pieces. Tianyu ate half of the wild boar raw and cooked. Thank you for your hard work. Prepare more in the future. If I am cultivating, you can directly roast it and feed it. After giving some instructions to the odd job workers, Night Sorrow took out one of the gold notes that Qin Aoshuan gave him, and handed it to one of the odd job workers. Lord Knight, you are too polite. This is what we should do. We do not dare to accept the silver notes. If other lords find out, we will be chased down the mountain. Seeing that Night Sorrow gave the gold notes, the 2 odd job workers became anxious. The Medicine Valley was not only strict with its disciples, but it was also strict with the odd job workers. You two don't have to be nervous. Just buy some wine for me. Will that do? Night Sorrow said with a smile. Qin Aoshuan had given him a lot of gold notes. 1 or 2 was nothing to Night Sorrow. The 2 odd job workers bowed and thanked him before leaving. They knew that Night Sorrow was taking care of them. Buying a few jars of wine would not cost much money, let alone gold notes. After playing with Tianyu for a while, Night Sorrow entered the bamboo building to continue cultivating. He felt that the myriad Tao scripture was very mysterious. It had a very obvious effect on strengthening the body. After cultivating it once, most of the injuries on his right arm had healed. It was even more effective than medicinal pills. After cultivating for 2 days, Night Sorrow's right arm was as good as new. If other people knew about this, they would be very shocked. How could a broken bone heal in 3 or 4 days? Night Sorrow knew that this was the effect of cultivating the myriad Tao scripture together with the meridian clearing pill. Chapter 26. After cultivating for a few days, Night Sorrow had officially reached the entry level of the myriad Tao treasured tome. As long as he meditated, the sacred cauldron scripture and the myriad Tao treasured tome would automatically operate. Night Sorrow also discovered that his strength had increased by a lot. A single punch could break a tree as thick as a bowl. He estimated that his fist strength was at least 500 kilograms. His legs also had 500 kilograms of strength. This was something he couldn't do before cultivating the myriad Tao treasured tome. With the increase in strength of his legs and arms, Night Sorrow's strength and speed had an obvious improvement when cultivating the wind-chasing spear art. Night Sorrow felt that if he continued cultivating like this, it wouldn't be long before he could reach the entry level of the wind-chasing spear art. After a few days, Night Sorrow and Tianyu's relationship became better and better. Every day, after cultivating, Night Sorrow would bathe and comb Tianyu's feathers. Tianyu still had a strange temper. He only recognized Night Sorrow. If the 2 servants fed him, he wouldn't eat. Even when he went out to hunt, he wouldn't touch the food given to him by the servants unless Night Sorrow was present. Night Sorrow understood that this was a matter of trust. Tianyu only trusted himself. Tianyu didn't trust anyone else. The days were peaceful. After a month in the bamboo hut, Night Sorrow's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of qi refining, and the myriad Tao treasured tome had reached the 2nd layer of blood refining for 6 or 7 days. When the myriad Tao treasured tome reached the 2nd layer of blood refining, Night Sorrow had also reached the entry level of the wind-chasing spear art. His black spear was like a black flood dragon waving around. Damn. Little 13, why are you so fierce? Is this the spear art you're cultivating? While Night Sorrow was cultivating, Tang Tian and Chu Ning appeared. Seeing Night Sorrow's swift and fierce spear art, the 2 of them were very surprised. Their sword art and spear art were both rank 1, so their starting point was lower than the wind-chasing spear art. Senior brothers, you're here. I have tea and wine here. What would you like to drink? Night Sorrow stopped cultivating and wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Tea and wine? Martial Uncle Gong is too biased. We don't have either of those. Chu Ning said with a bitter face. Hee, this isn't from martial uncle. I asked someone else to buy it for me. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Tang Tian sat down and said, 5th level of qi refining. 13. Are you trying to kill us? If you cultivate too fast, Uncle Master will teach us a lesson. Don't just talk. Where's the wine? When Night Sorrow entered the 4th level of qi refining some time ago, Gong Xian went to scold Tang Tian and Chu Ning. Now that Night Sorrow entered the 5th level of qi refining, Tang Tian and Chu Ning understood that once Gong Xian found out, he would use this matter to lecture them. Senior brothers, how come you have the time to come here? Yi Shan asked after pouring each of them a bowl with a jar of wine in hand. 2 days ago, Martial Uncle said that you have a fierce white bird here. Today, after cultivating, we came to take a look. Tang Tian said as he drank the wine that Night Sorrow handed over. You're talking about Tianyu. It went out to hunt. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Just as the 3 of them were chatting and drinking, Gong Xian appeared. In Night Sorrow's impression, Gong Xian always had a smile on his face and was very amiable. However, this time, he appeared with a dark expression. You 2 bastards. Instead of cultivating, you came here to drink wine? Do you want to enter the Myriad Beasts forest? If you want to enter, I'll fulfill your wish right now. Gong Xian roared at Tang Tian and Chu Ning as he entered the courtyard. Martial Uncle. We were wrong. We'll go back and cultivate now. Chu Ning, who was frightened by Gong Xian's appearance, poured the entire bowl of wine down his neck. Wait a minute. There's something I need to tell you. In 2 months, our Taixian Peak will open the Spirit Gathering Array. At that time, the 3 of you and a few others will have to go in. If the 3 of you embarrass me, then if there's nothing else, all of you will go to the Myriad Beasts forest. Gong Xian left after saying that. Martial Uncle has such a fierce side? I always thought that he was very refined. Night Sorrow said with some astonishment. Refined? Little 13, you actually said that Martial Uncle is refined. Look at this. Tang Tian turned around and pulled down his pants. There was a black mark on his buttocks. Before Night Sorrow could ask what happened, Tang Tian told him himself. 2 days ago, he was tired from cultivating and fell asleep on the chair for a while. Gong Xian caught him and directly fried his meat with rattan. Chu Ning also showed the mark on his body. He pulled up his pants. There were also red marks on his calves. Night Sorrow knew that it was also the result of fried meat with rattan. Do you know what a Spirit Gathering Array is? Night Sorrow asked. I do know about this. Every peak in the Medicine Valley has a Spirit Gathering Array. If you cultivate in the Spirit Gathering Array, your cultivation will increase several times faster than outside. However, it can only be opened for 1 month every year. After all, it costs spirit stones to open the Spirit Gathering Array. Chu Ning said. Going in means cultivating. How is it embarrassing? Night Sorrow was a little confused. Idiot, it's not only us who are going in. Nangong Yi and the rest are going in too. If the 3 of us don't cultivate as fast as them, Martial Uncle will feel embarrassed. It's really miserable to follow this black-faced Martial Uncle. Even entering the Spirit Gathering Array requires him to fight for face. Won't the sect competition be even worse? Tang Tian said bitterly. Night Sorrow knew that the sect competition was a competition between disciples of the same sect. It was divided into several levels. There were 3 levels: newcomer competition, inter-sect domination, and core competition. The newcomer competition was not only for newcomers, but also for all outer sect disciples. Those who were ranked would receive rewards from the sect, and their cultivation resources would also increase. However, Night Sorrow did not have high hopes for this sect competition. He remembered that there were 2 people who participated in the competition who were at Qi Refining Stage 9, and there were many who were at Qi Refining Stage 8. In addition, the outer sect disciples of the Medicine Valley were not to be trifled with. After staying at Night Sorrow's place for a while, Tang Tian and Chu Ning left. The 2 of them were afraid of Gong Xian's torture, and were worried that Gong Xian would teach them a lesson. However, Night Sorrow felt that Gong Xian was not that fierce. Carrot forever, carrot free. Read novels. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of wine, Night Sorrow continued to cultivate the chasing wind spear art. This was the only battle technique that Night Sorrow currently had. With the last strike, Night Sorrow shattered a huge rock at the side of the courtyard. Night Sorrow was very satisfied with the power of this strike. He believed that as his cultivation increased, the power of the chasing wind spear art would become even stronger. While Night Sorrow was cleaning his spear, Tianyu came back with a brown bear in his claws. The brown bear's head had been cracked by Tianyu's claw. After throwing the brown bear outside the courtyard, Tianyu landed beside Night Sorrow and waited for Night Sorrow to comb his feathers. While Night Sorrow was combing Tianyu's feathers, 2 odd-job disciples came over. They did not have to bring prey every day when they came over. Tianyu prepared the prey himself, and they were responsible for roasting it. Nowadays, Tianyu did not eat raw food. After roasting the brown bear with the 2 odd-job disciples and feeding Tianyu, Night Sorrow entered the bamboo house. After entering the bamboo house, Night Sorrow took out the elixirs in his storage ring on a whim and organized them. Originally, Night Sorrow wanted to see if there were any energy cultivation pills. However, now that he was cultivating the Sacred Cauldron Scripture and the Myriad Tao Tome, he did not have enough energy cultivation pills. Chapter 27. After checking, Night Sorrow felt helpless. It was not that Feng Chen's ring did not have any pills, but it did not have any low-grade pills. The lowest grade pill was the soul condensing pill, which was a tier 3 pill. However, Night Sorrow found a pill that was more suitable for him, the blood essence pill. It was a pill that could strengthen the body. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow took out a soul condensing pill. He crushed it and swallowed half of it before starting to cultivate. He wanted to see if he could use it. As the pill entered his stomach, energy was produced. The soul condensing pill was several times more violent than the energy cultivating pill. Night Sorrow quickly circulated the Holy Cauldron Scripture and the Myriad Tao Treasured Book, absorbing the energy of the soul condensing pill at full speed. Night Sorrow's body was like a raging sea. He had underestimated the soul condensing pill. If others found out that a tier 1 cultivator used a tier 3 pill, they would be scared to death. Although his internal organs were shaken, and a few drops of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, Night Sorrow was still able to withstand the impact of the soul condensing pill. 4 hours later, Yi Shang had converted this half of the soul solidifying pill into energy in his true qi and flesh. Opening his eyes, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the remaining half of the soul condensing pill in his hand, Night Sorrow was a little scared. He had only eaten half of the pill. If he had eaten the entire pill, his dantian would have exploded. Yi Shang strolled around the courtyard twice to ease his mood. Then he returned to the bamboo hut and took out a blood essence pill to eat. The blood essence pill was not as violent as the soul condensing pill. Night Sorrow circulated the Holy Cauldron Scripture and the Myriad Tao Treasured Book at the same time. #BAS Night Sorrow cultivated. He found that the blood essence pill did not help much with the Holy Cauldron Scripture. Instead, it helped a lot with the Myriad Tao Treasured Book. Following Night Sorrow's absorption of heaven and earth spiritual qi, it entered Night Sorrow's body and slowly circulated. Night Sorrow refined the blood essence pill for an entire night. However, the effect was obvious. Night Sorrow's Myriad Tao Treasured Book had reached the bottleneck of the second layer. After stretching his body, Night Sorrow walked out of the bamboo house and took a bath behind it. Standing in the cold stream, Night Sorrow pondered. He felt that he should use both the essence condensation pill and the blood essence pill at the same time. This way, both the Sacred Cauldron Scripture and the Myriad Tao Tome would make the greatest progress. After taking a shower, Night Sorrow returned to the bamboo house and saw Yu Yangyu. Yu Yangyu, dressed in a black robe, stood in the courtyard, facing Tianyu's various attacks. Tianyu, stop. Night Sorrow shouted anxiously. He was worried that Yu Yangyu would get angry and hurt Tianyu. Tianyu, who was preparing to attack again in the air, heard Night Sorrow's voice and landed beside Night Sorrow. What an amazing guy! He has the bloodline of the ancient Green Peng and Black Luan. When he grows up, his combat strength will be extremely strong. Yu Yangyu looked at Tianyu and explained his origin. Peak Master is here. Night Sorrow bowed and greeted him. Qi refining level 5. Looks like you have been working hard for the past month. Your body is full of vitality. Have you cultivated other techniques? Yu Yangyu frowned as he looked at Night Sorrow. He could see Night Sorrow's situation at a glance. Yes, disciple has also cultivated a technique that strengthens the body. Night Sorrow nodded. Very good. Although Qi is the foundation of a cultivator, the strength of the body is also very important. I heard from Gong Xian that you have reached the entry level of the Chasing Wind Spear art. Show it to me. Yu Yangyu sat on a bamboo chair in the courtyard and said. Night Sorrow nodded at Yu Yangyu and had Tianyu move aside. He took out the black iron spear from his back and used the Chasing Wind Spear art with a shake of his arms. With the increase in strength of Night Sorrow's body, the strength of his arms reached 2000 jin. This made the Chasing Wind Spear art very prominent. When the black iron spear was waved, there was a whistling sound as it pierced through the air. When Night Sorrow stabbed out with his spear, the tip of the spear trembled and let out a hissing sound. Qi refining level 5. Relying on the strength of your body, you have actually grasped the key points of the Chasing Wind Spear art. This is very rare. Techniques are dead but people are alive. I remember that there was once a spear master who used a technique called the star-shattering spear. It was very powerful, and the star-shattering spear relied on the power of vibration. After Yu Yangyu finished speaking, he punched the bamboo in the courtyard. This punch was very slow, as if it was slowly sticking to the bamboo. However, the moment his fist touched the bamboo, the part of the bamboo that was touched directly turned into powder. This disciple understands. Night Sorrow's face was full of shock. This kind of attack was too shocking. All roads are created by people. All battle skills are created by cultivators. Only by constantly exploring can one walk in front of others. You just need to feel this power of vibration. As for whether it is correct or not, and whether it conflicts with the Chasing Wind Spear art, you can feel it for yourself. Yu Yangyu nodded and said. Night Sorrow lowered his head and thought. He was considering whether or not to give the Holy Cauldron scripture to Yu Yangyu. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow raised his head and reached into his chest. At the same time, he thought of something and took the Holy Cauldron scripture out of his storage ring. He then took 2 steps forward and handed the Holy Cauldron scripture to Yu Yangyu. Night Sorrow did this to hide the storage ring. What is this? Yu Yangyu did not suspect anything and took the Holy Cauldron scripture. When his eyes swept across the cover of the Holy Cauldron scripture, Yu Yangyu's face changed. At the same time, he stood up from his chair and flipped through the ancient book with trembling fingers. He looked at it for 15 minutes. This is the Holy Cauldron scripture, the original copy of the Holy Cauldron scripture. What do you plan to do with it? Yu Yangyu looked very excited. This was the inheritance of the Medicine Valley that had been lost for countless years. With the Holy Cauldron scripture, the rise of the Medicine Valley was only a matter of time. After hearing Yu Yangyu's words, Night Sorrow felt that it was right to give the Holy Cauldron scripture to Yu Yangyu. He did not ask where it came from. Instead, he asked how he would deal with it. This meant that Yu Yangyu did not covet the benefits that the Medicine Valley would give to the person who found the ancient book. Peak Master, you can deal with it as you see fit. Night Sorrow handed the problem over to Yu Yangyu. You are smart. The Holy Cauldron scripture must be handed over to the sect. It is not appropriate to hand it over now. You have a low status and won't get any benefits. Just leave it with me and hand it over to the sect when you become a core disciple. Yu Yangyu thought for a while and made a decision. It's all up to you. Night Sorrow did not expect that Yu Yangyu would think so far ahead for his own sake. Have you made a copy of it? Although you have to hand it over, you also have the right to cultivate it first. Yu Yangyu looked at Night Sorrow and asked with a smile. I haven't copied it, but I remember it. Night Sorrow nodded and answered honestly. Well, honest but not pedantic. You did the right thing. But this is not safe. I will make a copy for you in 2 days. But you have to remember that you can't leak it out. You can't leak it to anyone. Speaking of this, Yu Yangyu's face became more serious. This was the inheritance of the Medicine Valley. It was a matter of principle. I understand. Night Sorrow nodded. Chapter 28. Stroking the black iron spear, Night Sorrow felt very conflicted. He really didn't want to replace the black iron spear, but as his cultivation and strength increased, he would have to give it up sooner or later. Extreme love, extreme swordsmanship. This sentence is applicable to martial artists. Treat the weapon in your hand seriously. It is your most loyal partner. How about this? Give the spear to me, and I'll find someone to help you add some materials and reforge it. Also, do you have any other requests? You've contributed a lot to the sect. Although you can't hand over the Holy Cauldron scripture for now, I can still fulfill some of your requests. Yu Yangyu looked at Night Sorrow with appreciation. I don't have any requests for now. Night Sorrow shook his head and said, there's no need to cultivate some random battle skills. When you reach the element gathering realm, you can cultivate my heaven shaking hand. Gong Xian and the others don't have strong enough bodies, but you should be able to. Yu Yangyu said, thank you for taking care of me, Peak Master. Then I'll give you another big gift. Night Sorrow reached into his chest and took out the heaven-covering hand manual like last time, and handed it to Yu Yangyu. Holding the heaven-covering hand manual, Yu Yangyu's face turned red, and his hands trembled. God is kind to me. I actually got this manual when I reached the bottleneck of the heaven-shaking hand. Night Sorrow, I Yu Yangyu owe you a favor. Yu Yangyu looked at Night Sorrow seriously. You're too kind, Peak Master. Night Sorrow was very calm. He remembered both the Holy Cauldron scripture and the heaven-covering hand manual. The Holy Cauldron scripture had to be returned to the Medicine Valley. The heaven-covering hand manual was just to fulfill his wish. It was also based on Yu Yangyu's integrity and sincerity. Okay, work hard. Yu Yangyu put away the manual. When Yu Yangyu put away the ancient book, Night Sorrow discovered that Yu Yangyu was using a storage ring. After Yu Yangyu left, Night Sorrow accompanied him to the entrance of the courtyard. By the way, remember not to reveal your wealth in the future. Eating meat in silence is the way of the king. Yu Yangyu turned around and reminded Night Sorrow after taking a few steps. After Yu Yangyu left, Night Sorrow took a pill and continued to cultivate. When they arrived at Gong Xian's residence, Yu Yangyu immediately called for Gong Xian to serve wine. Master, why are you so happy? Is little 13 doing well? Gong Xian took out a jar of wine, opened it, and poured a bowl for Yu Yangyu. Very well. It's not easy for someone at the 5th level of Qi refining to successfully cultivate a rank 2 combat skill. His demonic beast is also extraordinary. Pass down the Taishan order, and ask the disciplinary elders to protect Night Sorrow's safety, Yu Yangyu said after drinking a bowl of wine. Yongxi, Jiu read little HH say 2-inch Taishan order. Master, isn't this a little too serious? Gong Xian said with some surprise. It's not serious at all. There are some things you'll know later, Yu Yangyu said. Then disciple will arrange it in a moment. After hearing Yu Yangyu's words, Gong Xian didn't ask any more questions. He didn't expect Yu Yangyu to value Night Sorrow so much. Gong Xian was the eldest disciple of Taishan Peak. He could make decisions on the Taishan Peak, but there was one place he couldn't, and that was the Taishan Law Enforcement Hall. That place only recognized the Peak Master and his Taishan order. The 3 people assigned to you are all good seedlings. Take Tang Tian and Chu Ning as disciples later, Yu Yangyu said. Master, who should I give little 13 to? That disciple has to stay too. After hearing Yu Yangyu's words, Gong Xian became anxious. He knew that Night Sorrow had the greatest potential, and he didn't want his junior brother and sister to steal him away. Don't think about that. He can cultivate the heaven-shaking hand. Can you teach him? Yu Yangyu glanced at Gong Xian and asked. Ah, then disciple will have another junior brother. After hearing Yu Yangyu's words, Gong Xian understood that Yu Yangyu had taken a liking to him. We'll talk about this later. Let Night Sorrow cultivate on his own. Don't worry about him. He's a good seedling. After giving another instruction, Yu Yangyu left. Gong Xian was a little depressed. He had planned to talk to Yu Yangyu about accepting Night Sorrow, Chu Ning, and Tang Tian as disciples, but now Night Sorrow's plan was ruined. However, he was very satisfied with Chu Ning and Tang Tian. After Yu Yongyu left, Night Sorrow ate a blood essence pill and began cultivating. He didn't cultivate the sacred cauldron scripture. He cultivated the myriad Dao treasured tome to the peak of the second level of the blood refining realm, and was about to break through today. As the blood essence pill took effect, Night Sorrow's blood rapidly surged. After surging to a limit, the energy in his blood entered his muscles. Night Sorrow controlled the energy to flow through his muscles, and then rushed to the back of his neck. With a muffled sound, the muscles on the back of Night Sorrow's neck trembled twice. The muscles were filled with energy. This was called the dragon's neck in the myriad Dao treasured tome. Cultivating it was the symbol of the third level of the blood refining realm. After opening the dragon's neck, Night Sorrow was delighted. After entering the third level of the blood refining realm, his body's strength would increase again. After cultivating for another hour, Night Sorrow finished and walked out of the bamboo house. Night Sorrow really wanted to cultivate the chasing wind spear art, but he didn't have a spear, so he could only use his fists. Walking to a pine tree outside the courtyard that was as thick as a human head, Night Sorrow ferociously punched. Kacha. As Night Sorrow's fist landed, the pine tree was broken in half. Withdrawing his fist, Night Sorrow spat out a mouthful of air. He felt that his fist contained at least 3,000 jin of force. Following that, Night Sorrow punched and kicked, destroying the pine tree. Even the tree stump was broken by Night Sorrow's kicks. Yishang thought for a moment. Heaven Covering Hand was a rank 2 combat skill that could be cultivated. His body was strong enough, so could he try cultivating it? The Chasing Wind Spear art was a rank 2 battle skill, but he also cultivated it. With this idea in mind, Night Sorrow began to think about the Heaven Covering Hand's cultivation method. The first level of the Heaven Covering Hand was the Zhenyu Hand. The main point of cultivating it was to pour the Zhen Qi from the Dantian into the hands and form a cyclone. This way, the opponent would be under a lot of pressure, and the attack power would also increase. The difficulty and key to cultivating it was the need for a strong body. If the body wasn't strong enough, then the hands and arms wouldn't be able to withstand a large amount of Zhen Qi and form a cyclone. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Night Sorrow circulated the Zhen Qi from his Dantian and poured it into his arms. Following the circulation of the Zhen Qi from Night Sorrow's Dantian, all the Zhen Qi was poured into Night Sorrow's arms, and then from his arms to his hands. This was a situation that wasn't recorded in the ancient books. The ancient books said that the key to cultivating it was the endurance of the arms and hands. If the arms and hands couldn't withstand the Zhen Qi from the Dantian, then it would be easy for the body to explode. However, Night Sorrow's Zhen Qi from his Dantian went through his arms and into his hands. There was no pressure on his hands, but the cyclone didn't appear. After guiding the Zhen Qi back into his Dantian and standing up, Night Sorrow paced back and forth in the courtyard thinking. After a while, Night Sorrow came to a conclusion. Other people's difficulty in cultivating the Heaven Covering Hand was that the body wasn't strong enough. His current state should be strong enough, but the Zhen Qi in his Dantian wasn't enough. Stopping, Night Sorrow thought for a while and decided to try cultivating one hand first. If the Zhen Qi in both hands wasn't enough, then what about one hand? Having made his decision, Night Sorrow sat down cross-legged, raised his left hand in front of his chest, and then stretched it out. This was the process of accumulating qi. Night Sorrow decided to use his right hand to wield a weapon, and use his left hand to cultivate the Heaven Covering Hand. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.